Good morning, Fujita Sensei.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi. How are you?
Ohayou gozaimasu.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
Romi-san, konnichiwa.
Ohayou gozaimasu. How are you, Fujita Sensei?
Yeah, very fine.
Okay.
Romi-san, so
Yes.
are you fine?
Yes, I'm so.
That's good. So thank you very much for changing my schedule.
Okay, never mind. We can handle it.
Yeah.
Budaya, salam kebajikan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Wonderful Indonesia. Selamat datang dan selamat berwisata ke negeri serumpun sebalai Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Sudah saatnya bagi kita untuk maju dalam masa pandemi ini dengan tatanan kehidupan baru, new normal. Setelah kita membatasi diri dalam beberapa waktu, kini kita siap menyambut kegiatan wisata dengan tourism new normal. Kami siap menyambut tourism new normal berlandaskan 3 isu, bersih, sehat, dan aman. Dengan protokol kesehatan di setiap tempat wisata di seluruh wilayah bubble. Ayo berkunjung ke Bangka Belitung, Wonderful Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saat ini kita menyadari bahwa kondisi saat ini untuk
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Wonderful Indonesia. Selamat datang dan selamat berwisata ke negeri serumpun sebalai Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Sudah saatnya bagi kita untuk maju dalam masa pandemi ini dengan tatanan kehidupan baru, new normal. Setelah kita membatasi diri dalam beberapa waktu, kini kita siap menyambut kegiatan wisata dengan tourism new normal. Kami siap menyambut tourism new normal berlandaskan 3 isu, bersih, sehat, dan aman. Dengan protokol kesehatan di setiap tempat wisata di seluruh wilayah bubble. Ayo berkunjung ke Bangka Belitung, Wonderful Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
saat ini kita menyadari bahwa kondisi saat ini untuk sektor pariwisata lebih baik dengan kebijakan pemerintah, yaitu new normal. Pemerintah melalui kebijakannya khusus untuk sektor pariwisata sudah diterbitkan mengenai peraturan Menteri Kesehatan menaungi kelembagaan pariwisata untuk katakanlah bersepakat dengan new normal ini, bersiap-siap untuk menyambut kehadiran wisatawan ke Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
Halo, saya Pak Muhammad Wijaya yang ingin mengajak masyarakat Indonesia untuk mengunjungi dan berwisata ke Provinsi Bangka Belitung. Kami akan menerapkan protokol kesehatan dalam menyambut dan melayani para wisatawan yang akan datang berkunjung ke Provinsi Bangka Belitung. Kedepankan kesehatan, kedepankan keamanan. Salam sehat, salam sukses.
Kami pengelola pariwisata di Bangka Belitung dan masyarakat Bangka Belitung siap untuk normal baru sesuai dengan peraturan Permenkes yang baru, bahwa dengan prinsip CHS yang baru, clean, health, healthy, dan diharapkan pariwisata kita ke depan memiliki transformasi dengan kondisi yang lebih baik.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Wonderful Indonesia, selamat datang dan selamat berwisata.
Astaga, kok gue nggak ngeliat pas dulu ya. Ini muat ya.
Siapapun akan terfana melihat indah ciptanya alam dan seni budaya. Belitung tiada duanya. Bagi ramah ceria senyum mantul ciptanya bersahaja alam jadi seni budaya serindah Belitung akan terubah. Bersahaja Allah
Dear participants, presenters, and attendants, would kindly remind you to rename your account by this format. For those who are presenters, please use room code ICoGEE underscore your name without space underscore paper ID. For those who are attendant, kindly use this format. Attendant underscore full name without space. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin at 8 a.m.
Nanti kalau masih maju saya ganti ke dulu.
Oh, geser ya. Oke, baik.
Di sebelah ya.
Sudah jam 8, Pak.
Udah, coba cek semuanya. Sudah. Berapa kesukaannya? Ya.
Distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Misri Gozan, Associate Professor, Dr. Engineering Muhammad Aziz, Professor Masaharu Fujita, Professor Yosobu, Mr. Iswandaru Widyatmoko PhD, Honorable Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung, Dr. Ibrahim MSI, Vice Rectors, Dean of Faculty of Engineering as the hosts, invited guests, deans, chairman, and chairwoman, head of research institution and community service, development institution and quality assurance, heads of integrated service unit, heads of center studies, ladies and gentlemen, and also the representative of Government Tourism Office, Communication and Information Office, Office of Energy and Mineral Resources, Electricity Company, Pangkal Pinang Vocational School No. 2, Central Agency on Statistics. Co-host DTS, Faculty of Engineering, University of Indonesia, DT, Universitas Gajah Mada, and AFOB. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. The committee of your virtual meeting titled the Second International Conference on Green Energy and Environment, or ICoGEE, and Seminar Nasional Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat Fakultas Teknik SNPPM Universitas Bangka Belitung 2020. My name is Nurvita Wijayanti and I will be your master of ceremony for this event. Thus, allow me to recite the rundown of ICoGEE 2020 event. First, singing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Second, reporting speech of the head of committee of ICoGEE and national seminar. Next, delivering speech of the Dean of Faculty of Engineering. Next, delivering an opening speech of the Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung. And the last one, reciting prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, let us solemnly listen to Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please be settled on wherever you are sitting right now. The next agenda is the delivering speech. For the first speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Robi Hambali, ST Magister of Engineering, to come on screen as the head of committee of ICoGEE and national seminar. Mr. Hambali, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of committee, I would like to say thank you for all of you who attending this conference. The Honorable Rector of Bangka Belitung University, the respectable Vice Rectors at Bangka Belitung University, the Honorable Keynote Speakers, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Bangka Belitung University. They're all participants of the second ICoGEE and the fourth SNPPM conference. It is an honor for me to welcome all participants to the second international conference and the fourth national conference in Pangkal Pinang. I'm pleased since we can meet virtually in a healthy state, even in the current COVID-19 condition. I understand that maybe participants who come from outside the province of Bangka Belitung Islands feel disappointed because they cannot come to Bangka Islands directly and enjoy the natural beauty of its beach. Hopefully, COVID-19 ends soon and that we can physically attend the conference in the next year. ICoGEE is a scientific discussion from various disciplines that aims to generate new ideas to answer global challenges related to the development of science and technology to maintain energy and the environment. As we know, the availability of energy and the quality of the environment have a significant influence on various aspects of human life, namely the quality of human life, politics, economics, and social. Another ICoGEE goal is to build a collaborative network between government, practitioners, industry, and academics to solve problems in the energy and environmental sector. Initially, ICoGEE was initiated by the Faculty of Engineering, Bangka Belitung University, and CDSR, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and USAID Serang. In 2020, is the second year of ICoGEE with the theme, The Role of Science and Technology in Increasing Sustainable Development of Energy and Environment, which is divided into 3 topics, such as green energy and application, environmental science and technology, and energy and environmental management. Each topic at this conference provides up-to-date information from a variety of experts with different disciplines. For example, the first topic of green energy and application provide information regarding the latest issues in terms of challenge, developments, and application of green energy around the world from experts in different disciplines. The second topic related to environmental science and technology, explore issues, innovation, and integrated science and technology approach towards environmental sustainability. The latest topics on energy and environmental management discusses issues related to planning, management, policies, risk assessment, and monitoring in relationship with the energy and environmental. Faculty of Engineering, Bangka Belitung University always hold international seminars, ICoGEE, and national seminars, SNPPM, at the same time. This year is the second ICoGEE and the fourth SNPPM, or National Seminar on Research and Community Services. The second ICoGEE received 133 abstract and 105 full paper submissions. Furthermore, the papers were reviewed by experts in each topics and resulted in 96 papers accepted and presented today. The 96 papers were divided into 3 topics, namely topic 1 with 39 papers, topic 2 with 35 papers, and topic 3 with 22 papers. In addition, the fourth SNPPM received 60 abstracts and full paper received after being reviewed as many as 40 full papers. So we are very happy. In the 2020, there are 33 institutions from 7 countries participating in the second ICoGEE and fourth SNPPM conference. They are National Chung Chang University, Taiwan, Gwangju Institute of Science and Technology, South Korea, Kasetrat University, Thailand, University Putra Malaysia, ICOM, United Kingdom, University of Science and Technology of China, Universitas Indonesia, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Universitas Malikus Saleh, Universitas Borneo Tarakan, Universitas Tanjung Pura, PT PLN or National Electric Company, Universitas Bangka Belitung, Universitas Mula Warman, Universitas Islam Indonesia, Universitas Jambi, Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung, Politeknik Manufaktur Bangka Belitung, Universitas Institut Teknologi 10 November, Universitas Yarsi Jakarta, Universitas Negeri Semarang, SMKN 1 Pangkalan Banteng, Kalimantan Tengah, and Universitas Pamulang. We are very grateful because this year ICoGEE conference has keynote speakers from different countries who are experts in their respective field in line with the chosen themes. On this occasion, we would like to thank Prof. Misi Gozan as Vice President of ASEAN Federation of Biotechnology, Associate Professor Muhammad Aziz from the Institute of Industrial Science and the Institute of Industrial Science, the University of Tokyo. Professor Masaharu Fujita from Disaster Prevention Research Institute, Kyoto University. Professor Yoseop Wo from School of Earth Science and Environmental Engineering, Gwangju Institute of Science and Technology, South Korea. He is also as a former of EAHR Asia Pacific Division Chairman. And Dr. Iswandaru Widiatmoko as Technical Director, R&D Transportation and Infrastructure Materials, ICOM, Nottingham, United Kingdom. Although this year conference was held virtually, we strongly believe that this conference does not reduce the purpose or benefit to the scientific world in the particular and the general public to share current issues and the latest findings in the field of energy and environment. Finally, I, as chairman of this year's conference, would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Department of Civil Engineering and Environmental Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Department of Civil Engineering, Universitas Indonesia, and ASEAN Federation of Biotechnology as co-organized members, Government Tourism Office of Province of Bangka Belitung Islands as sponsorships, as well as LOC members for their sincere dedication for the preparation and implementation of the conference. That's all I can say for today speech, and thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Hambali, for your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Wahri Sunanda ST, Magister of Engineering, the Dean of Faculty of Engineering, to deliver his speech. Mr. Sunanda, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Nurvita. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Morning, everyone. In this morning, Honorable Director, Universitas Bangka Belitung, Dr. Ibrahim, as keynote speakers from Kyoto University, Professor Fujita Masaharu, Professor Muhammad Aziz from Tokyo University, Professor Misri Gozan from University Indonesia, Professor Yosef Wu from Gwangju Institute of Science and Technology, South Korea, Dr. Iswandaru Widiatmoko from ICOM Nottingham, UK. All distinguished professor, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted and honored to have this opportunity to welcome you to this conference, ICoGEE 2020, which is hosted by Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Bangka Belitung. As the Dean, I wish to extend a warm welcome to colleagues from the various countries and institutions. I recognize that these sessions are principally designed to enhance the exchange of knowledge and new discoveries in energy, environment, and related fields of applications. These annual gatherings enable the building of a productive dialogue between participants of different institutions. They also provide an invaluable opportunity for networking and fruitful contacts among international institutions. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all delegates and sponsors for their full support, cooperation, and contribution to the International Conference on Green Energy and Environment, ICoGEE 2020. I also wish to express my gratitude to the organizing committee and the all scientific committee for diligence. Finally, I realize that you are fully dedicated to the sessions that will follow, but I do hope you will also take another time to enjoy Bangka Belitung with friendly people and multicultural cuisine. I wish the participants to a very fruitful and productive meeting. Thank you for your coming in this conference, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Morning, everyone.
Mute. Thank you, Mr. Sunanda, for your inspiring speech. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I would like to kindly welcome you, the Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung, Dr. Ibrahim MSI, to deliver speech and to open ICoGEE and national seminar as well. Dear sir, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy to welcome you all in the name of Bangka Belitung in this international conference, ICoGEE, International Conference on Energy, Green Energy and Environment 2020. Last year at the first conference, I was as the participant, and today at the second year, I have a great moment to deliver a brief speech in these opening sessions. This conference does not only show its international level, actually, but also very contributive to set a Bangka Belitung University position among the scientists, academicians, and practitioners in transferring the knowledge interactions, either the index of the publication, also the relevant issues. That's why I would like to say thank you to Faculty of Engineering, especially to Mr. Wahri Sunanda as the dean, and also Dr. Robi Hambali as the head of organizing committee, who provide us an opportunity to join this international atmosphere. We can share ideas in one another, and importantly, we have preferred a forum that involves so many credible authors with their amazing publications. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangka Belitung University is actually a new state university, but we have a strong commitment to base, publishing many qualified articles indexed by credible institution is our target. We realize that it will not be easy to achieve the high positions, but we also realize that if we have and understand the way, we will get the best result. We have increased our researchers and community service budget actually and designed the program more colorful. There are some new programs that we already designed. We organize some accredited journal also from Sinta 6 to Sinta 2. We also organize some conferences, and also ICoGEE is the most prestigious one. I thanks to all participants for joining this conference. And as reported by the head of organizing committee, Pak Dr. Robi Hambali, I got information that almost 100 publications will be discussed today. And the main topic is green energy and environment. But as the scientific forum, we can read and hear so many subtopics that are relevant to the main topics. From engineering, I think, to social, from the law to practical system, all the issues can be connected one another. Bangka Belitung itself is the mining islands, which is famous with its tin, and absolutely we can learn many aspects for these issues. Along this time, Bangka Belitung is very related to the environment, the major issues, conflict with the resource competition, and also the ideas of energy management. But we also understand that the extractive industries is always complete with the conflict and waste of the extracts. Even every side will give a complex discussion regarding to the impact, distributions, and welfare problems. This is a little bit small sample when we talk about the energy and environment. And today, the ICoGEE committee has decided to spend a special space for these in-depth discussions. For participants and speakers who come from abroad, thanks for enriching this conference. I note that there is a Masaharu Fujita from Kyoto University. Actually, we have also a kind of agreement between Kyoto University and one of faculty in Bangka Belitung University with a Center for Southeast Asian Studies. And also there is a assist from Tokyo University. Last year, we also invited Tanigaki Mariko, who come from Tokyo University, and her expertise is on China's identity. And I know that there is also Iswan Daru from United Kingdom, Misri Gozam from University of Indonesia, and Hisop Wu from South Korea. For participant and speaker from different universities in Indonesia, so many universities are registered in this conference. Thanks for giving the trust in publishing your research. And for the participant and speaker from Bangka Belitung University, thanks for waiting. Sudah menunggu lama, saya kira teman-teman, for this conference, and thanks for your contributing to this conference. I not a wise word actually for all of us. Think globally and act locally. We start actually from local level to international standard and ICoGEE. Thanks for all of you, and thanks for Faculty of Engineering. Thanks for all participants and for all of speakers. Last but not least, in the COVID-19 pandemic, we are challenged by the condition to adapt the new normal policies. Our conference is fully online, and also we inform all of you that the class and the meeting in Bangka Belitung University also mostly organized by online. But we always have an optimistic and high ambitions to pass the pandemic successfully. I'm sure that viruses only will stop our productivity for a while. After that, and move faster. Let's enjoy the conference, and by Basmalah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, let's start our conference. Hope many new perspectives will be found and shared by this conference. Thanks. Akhirul kalam, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim MSE. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the plenary seminar on green energy and environment. Before jumping into this occasion, I would like to kindly invite Mr. Gus Karnali to recite the prayer, as we hope that this international and national seminar. Mr. Gus Karnali, screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, attention please, before we start our international conference on green energy and environment and SNPPM 2020 and 20 today, let's say our prayer. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Astaghfirullahaladzim. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Praise be unto thee, most gracious, most merciful, Master of the judgment today. The alone we worship, the alone we ask for help. O Allah, make us among those who turn to you in repentance, and make us among those who are purified. O Allah, we seek the counsel of your knowledge, and we seek the help of your omnipotence, and we beseech you for your magnificent grace. Certainly, you are capable and we are not. You know and we not. And you are the knower of the unseen. Oh Allah, if you know that this international conference on green energy and environment, ICoGEE and SNPPM FT 20 and 20, is good for us in our religion and in our life and for our welfare in the life to come in both the short term and the long term. Then ordain it for us and make it easy for us. Then bless us it and ordain for us what is good wherever it may be, and help us to be content with it. O Allah, protect us from disgraceful deed and give us help and keep us from the spread of the coronavirus disease or COVID-19 that occur throughout the country, especially Indonesia, Bangka Belitung Archipelago province. O Allah, show us the strength path, the path of whom you are blessed, not the path of whom you are cursed, and not the path of who you guys astray. Bless us, please. Amin. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Gus Karnali. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to the plenary session with these outstanding keynote speakers. Professor Misri Gozan, Associate Professor, Dr. Engineering Muhammad Aziz, Professor Masaharu Fujita, Professor Yosobu, Mr. Iswandaru Widyatmoko, PhD. And it will be moderated by Raden Priyoko Prayitno Adi, PhD. Mr. Prayitno Adi has graduated from Manufacturing Engineering, Manufacture Polytechnic Bandung Institute of Technology for his bachelor degree. He continued his master degree on Manufacturing Management, University of South Australia, Adelaide, Australia. For his doctoral degree, he studied Human Factors in Engineering University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. Thus, his expertise are in manufacturing processes and ergonomics. Without further ado, I would like to invite Raden Priyoko Prayitno Adi, PhD. The screen is yours.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for participants of second. So the audience can see me clearly?
Yes.
What do you mean here? This one? All right. Okay, let's continue. In the plenary session, we have 5 presenters, and I would like to tell you, inform you, the presenters today is Professor Masaharu Fujita, is from the Center for Fluvial and Coastal Disaster, Kyoto University, Japan. And the second presenter will be Dr. Muhammad Aziz. He's from Department of Mechanical Engineering, the University of Tokyo, Japan. The third presenter will be Professor Misri Gozan. He's from Department of Chemical Engineering, Universitas Indonesia in Indonesia. And the fourth presenter will be Professor Hyo-Shuk Woo from School of Earth Science and Environmental Engineering, Gwangju, South Korea. And the last presenter will be Dr. Iswandaru Widiatmoko. He is the Technical Director of ICOM United Kingdom. So before we go through the presentation from 5 presenters, I would like to inform the presenters that every presenter will have 20 minutes to presenting your presentation and followed by 10 minutes question and answer session. So for the audience would like to asking to the presenters, please write it down on the chat room with the Zoom application. So soon after the presenter finished their presentation, I would like to read out the question to the presenter, so the presenter will be answer the questions. All right, I think we can start now with the first presenter, Professor Masaharu Fujita. Professor Fujita, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, good. Thank you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Fujita, time is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Salam pagi, everybody. Just now I will share my PowerPoint file. Okay. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, it's
okay.
See clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. Just I will start my presentation. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me as a keynote speaker of this international conference. So I am Masaharu Fujita, and I am from Disaster Prevention Research Institute of Kyoto University. So today I'm joining at my office in Kyoto. Okay, just today my title is Typical Features of Sediment Disasters and Climate Change. So this is the topic on related to disaster. Okay. Okay, this is the contents of my talk. First of all, so I want to show you 2 indices evaluating the occurrence risk of sediment disasters. And then, so using these 2 indices, just I want to explain the directions of the change in heavy rainfall condition in Japan. And next, I want to explain the typical features of sediment disasters with these changes. And among the typical features, large-scale flood sediment inundation associated with extreme sediment runoff is a very important issue in Japan. So just I want to introduce this kind of sediment disaster. Finally, for this disaster, how can we control the flood sediment inundation? This is a very important issue in Japan. So just here, I'd like to introduce my idea to mitigate this kind of disasters. This is my the contents of my talk. Okay, just I want to say the indices evaluating the occurrence risk of sediment disasters. Okay, so there are two important indices on the precipitation related to landslide and debris flows. And just first one is short-term precipitation, such as hourly rainfall. Okay? If this rainfall is very strong and its intensity is very high, almost of rainfall will flow down on the slope surface. Okay, and the surface flow could erode the soil material. This erosion could be developed to debris flow. Okay? So that short-term precipitation is very important index. Okay? And the other is water storage volume in the soil layer. During the heavy rainfall, as you know, groundwater level is going up, something like this. And the water storage volume increase, okay? And if this slope will be unstable, maybe landslide will take place. Okay, so this water storage volume in the soil layer is the another index evaluating the occurrence risk of sediment disasters. In Japan, using these two indices, we predict the sediment disasters. So take a look at this figure, and the vertical axis is hourly rainfall, okay? Hourly rainfall, and the lateral axis is soil water index. This is a kind of water storage volume in soil layer. Using two indices, we can predict the sediment disasters. And here, this line is critical line for sediment disaster. That's a critical line. And the rainfall condition is plotted on this figure from time to time. And now we are here, okay? And in the next 1 to 2 hours, if this situation is coming into this area, local government will issue the sediment disaster information alert. Okay, this is a Japanese method for the prediction of sediment disasters. Now, I want to explain this soil water index. Okay. This is the natural system of rainfall, infiltration, and runoff. This is a surface flow, okay? And this is a subsurface flow, and this is a groundwater flow. And this flow is coming into the river, okay? And for this natural system, we use this tank model, okay? Tank model. This first tank is just surface flow, just surface layer. And this is the subsurface layer. And this is the underground water, and the lower layer of the subsurface layer. Okay, something like this. Okay, and if we give the rainfall data to this tank model, gradually the water will be stored in this tank, and just some water is going to the second tank, and some water is going to the will be flow on the surface. This is a surface flow. And using this tank model, we can calculate flow discharge and also the water depth in these tanks. Soil water index, that is the a kind of water storage volume. This is the summation, sum of the these water depths, S1, S2, S2, S3. This is a soil water index, and this expresses the water storage volume in the soil layer. This is the soil water index. Okay, now I'm talking about the directions of the change in heavy rainfall condition in Japan. And this figure shows the rainfall intensity and the total rainfall of top 5 heavy rainfall for each period and recent heavy rainfall. This data come from the 1976 to 2008. Okay, these are the previous ordinary heavy rainfall, but recently we have a very strong heavy rainfall, something like this. This is near Tokyo. This is a previous heavy rainfall, but 2013 we had this heavy rainfall. Then this rainfall, both of the intensity and the total rainfall increase. Direction is this way. This is the data near the Hiroshima. We had a very heavy rainfall 2014 in Hiroshima, like this. This is a previous heavy rainfall. Maybe you can understand the direction goes this way, like vertically. Okay. Just rainfall intensity increase, but total rainfall is not so increased. This is the second case. This is the data in the Kyushu Island, and also 2017 and 2013 we had very heavy rainfall like this, and this is a previous rainfall, and the direction is going this way. And 2011 in the Kii Peninsula near Osaka. Okay. 2011, we had this rainfall, and maybe you can understand direction is lateral. Okay, rainfall intensity is not so change, but the total rainfall increase very much. Something. So maybe you can understand we have just 3 directions. Just one is just vertical, and the other is this way, and also this way. Okay, so this is the situation of the heavy rainfall in Japan. Okay, so now I want to explain the typical future of the sediment disaster with these changes using this figure, hourly rainfall and the soil water index. This is critical line. Okay, there is a just roughly we have the criteria for the occurrence of deep-seated landslide, very huge landslide. Okay, and and also we have the another criteria for the shallow landslide. If the rainfall intensity is larger than this line, shallow landslide risk is high. And if the soil water index is larger than this line, deep-seated landslide risk is very high. So, and also the near the critical line, maybe we have the single hazard, like landslide, a few landslide or a few debris or something like this. But if the rainfall is so we have a much rainfall that is going this way. Maybe we have the multi-hazard. Landslide, many landslide, many debris flow, sometimes deep-seated landslide, and also the flood inundation and something like this. I showed we have the three directions, just one direction. Maybe if the situation goes this way, maybe we have a lot of shallow landslide. And if that situation goes this way, maybe the risk of deep-seated landslide getting much higher. And if this way, shallow landslide and deep-seated landslide, and also we have the multi-hazard. So we have the very huge disasters if the situation goes this way. Recently, so as I mentioned, as I said, recently we have the very huge, very heavy rainfall. For example one is just the situation goes this way. Okay. I said the deep-seated landslide risk will get high. And actually, in this event, we have the lot of deep-seated landslide. And this case is going this way. This is a very strong rainfall, and rainfall is intensity is quick increase. And we had a lot of shallow landslide and huge flood. And example 3 is this is a local rainfall, and maybe you can understand quick increase and very strong. And we had a sudden landslide and debris flow. In the example 1, this is a photo of the deep-seated landslide and the landslide dam. Okay, this is the very huge disaster. And in the second case, we had a lot of shallow landslide and also the huge flood. And this is a third case. In the Hiroshima, we had a sudden landslide and debris flows like this. Okay, among these disasters, now we are very interested in the large-scale flood, sediment, large-scale flood and sediment inundation associated with extreme sediment runoff. So recently, such a phenomena frequently occurs in Japan. In 2017, this kind of hazard took place in Kyushu area. And the 2018, this disaster took place in the West Japan area. And last year, we had another similar disaster in the Tohoku area. Okay, every year we have this kind of disasters. This is the just large-scale flooding due to much sediment deposition in the rivers and subsequent flooding with a large amount of sediment. This is a characteristics of this disasters. So, for example, in 2017, in Kyushu Island, we had a very heavy rainfall around here. In the Asakura city, cumulative rainfall is 60-40 millimeter. Okay, and peak of the rainfall intensity is more than 100 millimeter, and this very strong rain intensity continued for 5 hours. This means the high risk condition of landslide occurrence continues for more than 5 hours. This is a very high risk time for the landslide. Okay, and also we had a very large cumulative rainfall. As a result, water discharge is very large. That is very big flood. Okay, this large number of landslides result in the too much sediment production and also too much woody debris production. Okay, and this large, very big flood means this one can transport a lot of sediment. Okay, that is an active sediment movement. In the mountain side, too much sediment was produced. Okay, and flood brought these too much sediment to the downstream. As a result, that sediment deposited in the downstream area. Okay. Okay. This is just landslide and inundation locations. This is the Chikugo River. This is the North Kyushu area, and this is one of the tributaries. The name is Akatani River. And this red one is location of landslide and debris flow. And this blue line is inundation area by this flood. Okay, maybe you can see a lot of landslides and debris flow took place in this region locally, and very inundation area is very huge. You can understand. These are the photo after this disaster. You can see many driftwoods. Driftwoods made this disaster much severe, much huge. Okay, and many houses were damaged by this driftwood, and the sediment is deposited around here, and so this photo is after the emergency countermeasure. That is a sediment excavation. So you can see there are no sedimentation, but just after this rainfall, this area was completely buried with the sediment. Okay, so now just this disaster, this hazard, I can say this hazard is multi-hazard. Okay, now I want to say just multi-hazard occurrence processes. Firstly, so anyway, we have the very heavy rainfall. That is very strong rainfall, and also this heavy strong rainfall continued for a long time. Okay, that means the cumulative rain precipitation could be very large. Okay, strong and very large cumulative rainfall. That is the characteristics of this rainfall. As a result, simultaneous and sequential shallow landslide for a wide area, wide area, okay, take place. So as a result, large amount of sediment was produced in the mountainside, and also the active sediment movement by large water discharge, because this rainfall provide much water. Okay, so this is an active sediment. So almost of the sediment production, almost of the produced sediment by landslide could be transported by this large water discharge, and in the downstream, that sediment could be deposited, and flood and sediment inundate. Okay. This is a very important hazard in Japan, and now we must think about how can we control this flood sediment inundation. So finally, just I want to show you my idea. for the how can we control the flood sediment inundation. But this is my idea, and so maybe I hope you think about this question, and you make more good, better idea than me. But now I want to show you my idea for this. Anyway, this hazard is much sediment is produced in the mountainside. Okay, that one is deposited in the downstream side, and makes that make the flood inundation very severe, very severe. Okay. Now, just I think about the two conditions. Just one is without check dam. That's without facilities for sediment control. Okay. The second case is with a large check dam. With a large check dam. Okay. With a check dam, there are no facilities. Maybe much sediment produced, and then the sediment is transported to the downstream. Around at the peak of the flood, sediment is coming around here. Okay, and finally, just that sediment deposit like this. This is the original bed. Okay, finally the bed variation is like this. So maybe you can understand this hazard causes this hazard cause the extreme bed aggradation. Okay, 5 meter or 10 meter or something like this. Okay, and if we install the large check dam in the upstream, and if this check dam can trap almost of sediment produced by landslide, what happens? Okay, and at the peak of the flood, sediment is coming to here, and this check dam can trap this sediment completely. So that means the sediment supply, there is no sediment supply to the downstream. Okay, sediment, all the sediment is trapped here. So no sediment supply. As a result, bed degradation take place. So maybe that is an extreme bed degradation. So that means if we don't have the facilities just in the downstream, we have the big problem on the bed aggradation. But if we make the big check dam, even if we trap that sediment, but in the downstream, we have the another problem that is extreme bed degradation. So, okay, so we have just two problems, without and with check dam. This is my idea for this kind of hazard. This is the original riverbed, and now we installed sand pocket like this. Just now, this sand pocket trapped much sediment like this. Okay, already full and full with the sediment. But this is a new check dam. That is also the permeable check dam. Permeable check, like slit check dam. Okay, and this is empty. Originally empty. Okay, so for these situations, this hazard take place, and the sediment is coming here, and the trap this permeable check dam trap that sediment like this. And also the flood is going to the sand pocket. This flood could erode this material Okay, this original one and could erode this one. This one is supplied to the downstream. If we have the sediment supply to the downstream, we don't have the problem on the bed degradation like this. And finally, this permeable check dam release this sediment because this has some slit. Okay, slit. So release the sediment, and this one is going sediment going this way. But maybe this one is at that time it is a low flood. Water discharge is not so large. So that sediment could be deposited in the sand pocket. Okay, so this idea is we can prevent from the severe extreme bed degradation and also the extreme bed degradation. This is my idea, but maybe you may have the better idea for this one. Okay, finally, this is summary. And under global warming, the extreme heavy rainfall frequently take place. Maybe in Indonesia, same. The conditions are going to the three directions. In particular, very strong rainfall often continue for several hours, and it causes large-scale flood sediment inundation associated with extreme sediment runoff. How can we control a large amount of sediment due to a large number of landslides and debris flows? How can we trap widely the sediment in the mountainside and prevent from a severe bed degradation in the plain side during the flood? A new idea is strongly required. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for kind attention. Terima kasih.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Fujita. Arigatou gozaimashita. We can see here there's one question from Mehdi Daniel from Universitas Tanjung Pura. The question is, in Hiroshima, the mountain or hill is still good condition. The trees in the mountain and hill is also in good condition. In 2018, particularly in Saijo City, Hiroshima experienced a heavy landslide. Could you explain the reason for the phenomena? Why the landslide still happens, although the forest or trees still there? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for good question from Daniel-san. Thank you very much. And so this is a very important question. And generally, forest will prevent from the sediment erosion or sediment disaster. Okay, but but maybe just for the when we have the just normal heavy rainfall, maybe the forest can function to prevent the sediment disaster. Very nice, I think, very nice. But recently we have the very extreme heavy rainfall. Just ability of the forest is limited. Okay, and so during heavy rainfall, and the forest try to prevent from the landslide. But if that rainfall conditions over the just criteria, just can forest cannot function. Okay, just in Hiroshima city case is also maybe the same thing. And just maybe we had better know the forest and capacity has limitation to prevent. Yeah, that is my comment for your question.
All right, thank you, Professor. Hopefully, Mehdi Daniel will understand it and the question is answered already.
Yeah.
So is there any audience who would like to ask Professor Fujita? To ask you, Professor.
Yeah.
What is actually the characteristic or geographical models are for? I mean, is it possible we could predicting or forecasting what happened next time?
Just I couldn't hear the first part of your talk.
Well, yeah.
If we correct the.
All right,
yeah.
I repeat. What is actually the geographical models that you mentioned on your slides? I mean, is it possible we could predicting or forecasting what happened next?
Okay. Just this is very and also very important question. So now we try to make some model to predict the landslide and debris flow, and just we can predict roughly. We can predict the risk of the disaster, and risk is high or middle or low. Maybe for the three category, it's okay. But the it's very difficult to say the location and the time of the disaster. It's a little bit difficult now. But now we are making some new model, and we are trying to improve that model. In near future, we can predict the sediment disaster more in detail. And also another for this answer, so another I have just very important thing is just the data is very important. Okay, but for example, the geographical data, we have the some data using some satellite and laser sensor or something. We have the demo data, but we don't have the information of the inside of the underground. For example, the structure of the soil layer, and also the something like this. So if we have the much data of the inside of the ground, so it maybe the prediction is we can predict much more precisely and correctly. I think so.
All right, thank you. The last question, Professor.
Yes.
Yeah. From Desi Yofianti, Universitas Bangka Belitung. She asking you, in your opinion, will characteristics of the rainfall in each area affect the amount of sediment that occurs, and how?
Yes. Maybe there are many kind of sediment production process. Yeah. Okay. But regarding the landslide, this is one of the very important factor of the sediment production. Okay. And so we have some criteria for the occurrence of the landslide. Okay, if the rainfall condition is so rainfall, so we have the heavy rainfall, and so if the frequency of the this kind of rainfall is increased. Maybe landslides we also the number of landslides we take is increased, something like maybe and also the just another important thing is the area of the heavy rainfall. That is a small local rainfall comparing local rainfall and also the very huge rainfall. So maybe that is affect the sediment production, I think. Just strong intensity and also the area of the huge rainfall. That is a very important factor, I think.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Fujita. Yeah, I think we have a limited time, so many questions out there, but because of time limited, we have to finish it, the presentation from you, Professor Fujita. Thank you very much. And we have a certificate for you.
Okay, thank you.
And you can see on the screen the certificate for you. Arigatou gozaimashita, and hopefully we can meet sometimes in Bangka Belitung, or we can meet in Japan someday in Kyoto University.
Okay, thank you very much. Next time, so just I'd like to make presentation in your city.
All right. Okay, yeah. Arigatou gozaimashita. That's a certificate for Professor.
Yeah. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Now, I think we can go through the second presenters from Dr. Muhammad Aziz. Dr. Aziz, are you here?
Oh, yeah, yes, I'm here, actually.
Okay, thank you for your coming in here in our international conference. The presenter will be presenting the research results. Is from Department of Mechanical Engineering, the University of Tokyo, Japan. And Dr. Aziz have 20 minutes to presenting your presentation, and followed by 10 minutes question and answers. And I remind the audience that if you have any questions to Dr. Aziz, please write it down on the chat room in the Zoom application. Yeah, so I will read your question from the chat room to Dr. Aziz as soon as after the Dr. Aziz presenting the presentation. So Dr. Muhammad Aziz, I think it's time for you to giving the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi semuanya. Actually, it is my honor to be invited today. I'm Aziz from Tokyo University, and today I would like to deliver one of my research topic with the title of Adoptions of Carbon-Free Secondary Energy Sources. Is my presentation and also my voice are clear? It's okay? Okay, so I just would like to continue my presentations. It is my this little brief about my introductions. Actually, now I am the associate professor in the University of Tokyo, and if you would like to know much about what we are doing in Tokyo University and what we are doing in our laboratory, or etc., and or maybe you can have any collaboration in the futures. Actually, we are welcoming for that, and you can check the website of our laboratory over here. And also, actually, now I am also the president of International Indonesian Scholar Associations, I4, Ikatan Ilmuwan Indonesia International. If you like to have any kind of collaborations with any kind of Indonesian diaspora, especially in the field of any kind of research or etc., we are very, very welcome for that, actually. And actually for the research areas, because my background is basically mechanical engineering, and now our focus is on energy systems. We are working on several topics related to the hydrogens, ammonia, energy systems, and process engineerings, or etc. Okay, as the background of our presentations today, as we know that today actually we have several paradigms. The first thing is that related to Industry 4.0, and on the other hands, we have also the concept of Society 5.0. Both of them actually are presented or first are introduced by two big countries. The first things on the left side, we have Industry 4.0, which was introduced first by Germany, and the second one for the Society 5.0, it was introduced firstly by Japanese one. So what is the difference between them? There's no big difference between them, but unfortunately, when we are talking about the philosophy, we are talking about the approach used from two paradigms. Actually, we can have several differences among them. Actually, like in Society 5.0, it is not only focusing on the progress of the technology itself, but also it includes any kind of social and also any kind of emotional progress in our civilizations. So related to the energy itself, as we know that although we are getting more efficient, but unfortunately from the total energy consumptions, we can know that our total consumed energy is really getting bigger, getting larger compared with some years ago, especially before the industrial revolutions in 1850, something like that. So when we are talking also about the energy systems, especially we are talking about the energy sustainability, because we cannot distinguish between the energy sustainability and also with the energy systems in general. We are dealing with any kind of energy triangle. This is very important issue that we are facing today. The first thing is that related to the energy security of yours. Energy security that it deals.
Format Inggris itu kalau dia angka semua, kadang-kadang dia mm.
Sorry, there's any noise.
DD.
Is it okay? Okay. The first thing, when we are talking about the energy security, it means that we are talking about how far we can balance, how far we can fulfill any kind of demand in our energy systems. Like in Indonesian case, if the demand of the energy itself increases, it means that how far we can balance, how far we can fulfill this kind of energy increase, demand in energy increase. So on the other hand, okay, now like the PLN, Pertamina, or etc., they are working hard for fulfilling any kind of energy security. In this case, energy security, it doesn't deal only with the energy quantity, but also it deals with energy quality. How far we can have any kind of good electricity, how far we can have any kind of balance electricity or energy between the demand also with the supply. And the second thing is that related to the energy equity. Energy equity, it means that it deals with the kind of opportunity. It deals with the kind of like economic competitiveness. How far we can have any kind of opportunity, we can give or provide any kind of opportunity or chance to all of the stakeholders, including our citizens, our peoples, and also any kind of business stakeholders or etc. They can have any similar equal opportunity to behave, to be any kind of producers and also to behave to be any kind of energy consumers. So in the futures, we are not distinguishing, we are not differing between the energy producers and energy consumers anymore, but like in our home, when in our home we have any kind of solar panels, we can have any kind of electric vehicles in the futures. It means that at the same time, simultaneously, we can behave to be any kind of energy producer. We can sell our electricity to the PLN or to any kind of energy providers, or also we can consume the energy or buy the energy from any kind of trade PLN or energy providers. And the second and the third one, this is also the important thing, is that related to environmental sustainability. So we are talking about the cleanliness, we are talking about the carbons or etc. Sorry. Okay, I would like to continue. And actually, when we are dealing with any kind of clean and also any kind of opportunity to all of the people involved in our society, we are talking also about the energy transitions. And the transitions, this concept has been also made by IEA and also several international commissions also, is that our institutions, that we are talking about the energy transitions. And in general, we have 4 different energy transitions. The first thing is that decarbonizations. It means that we are not using anymore any kind of carbon-based fuels, but how far we can shift to any kind of non-carbon-based fuels. Carbon-based fuels means that when we are using any kind of fuels in which these fuels use any kind of carbons or include any kind of carbon in these fuels. It's like gasoline, like methane, like any kind of diesels or etc. And it means that when we would like to shift to any kind of non-carbon-based fuels like hydrogens or ammonia, it means that when we utilize this kind of fuels, we will not emit any kind of CO2. So this kind of concern related to the environmental is very, very important for our futures. And also the second thing is that decarbonization in the electricity sector. Sorry, is it okay? Okay. The third one is that related to the energy productivity, or how far we can improve any kind of energy performance, any kind of energy efficiency in our all systems. And the last one, in this case, in case that all of these 3, decarbonization and in the electrification sector, and also decarbonization in non-electrification sector, and the third one is if we cannot have any kind of better energy productivity, it means that we don't have any kind of further options. So in this case, how far we can have any scenario which can provide or can emit any kind of carbons, but with any kind of minimum carbon budget. So it means that we must have any kind of clear scenario, clear technological scenario in this case. So from this kind of systems, we can minimize the carbon emissions to our atmosphere. The energy transitions, especially like any kind of the types of the fuels or etc., happens for several times in our history, actually, starting from the solid fuels when we use any kind of coals and also any kind of maybe any kind of wood materials, wood fuels or etc. In this case, we found that coal or etc. it was very, very convenient for us. But unfortunately, in terms of energy efficiency and also in terms of environmental concerns, we found that this kind of coals is very, very dangerous for us, and also from the point of energy efficiency point of view, it means that we cannot have any kind of better or higher energy efficiency. Like when we combust any kind of coals, it means that maybe we can only achieve 1,100 degrees Celsius of combustion temperature, etc. We cannot increase further to 1,500, 1,700, or maybe 2,000, something like that. We cannot. So, okay, we then shift to any kind of liquid fuels because there was any kind of progress or advancements in any kind of oil refinery technology. So we shift from any kind of coal to any kind of any kind of liquid fuels, oils or etc. in this case. But unfortunately, in around 1880, something like that, we face any kind of oil shock, right, in the history, and that's very, very problematic in our history. So we would like to start the third energy transitions in this case, which is the gaseous fuels. By using any kind of gases, like including the methane, like including the hydrogens, including the methanol, including the ammonia or etc., it means that we can have further higher energy efficiency, and also we can have better and also more cleaner environmental impacts in this case. So there are some 5 pillars in energy sustainability, including the renewability, how far we can improve the renewability in our energy systems, and also efficiency, and also how far we can lower or reduce any kind of environmental impacts from our systems. And also, this also important thing is that increase the energy accessibility. It means that not only several people can access the energy, but all the citizens in our country can have same rights to access the energy, and also behave not only as consumers, but also in the future can behave also as the producers of the energy itself. And in this case, the main topic of our study now, actually, we are focusing on how far we can shift from the carbon-based fuels to non-carbon-based fuels. And we have several options actually for the non-carbon-based fuels. And in this case, we can focus on the hydrogens, and the second thing also on the ammonia. For the hydrogen itself, it is a big pictures, and when we are talking about our energy systems in the futures. Actually, we have many primary energy sources, including renewable and also renewables, and also fossil fuels, waste, or etc. But unfortunately, practically in our daily life, we cannot use directly this kind of primary energy sources. What we are using now in our daily life is like the secondary energy sources, which is electricity, or maybe any kind of gaseous fuels. Or in the futures, maybe we can have any kind of like hydrogens, ammonia, or etc., which is also non-carbon-based fuels. But in this case, when we are talking about this kind of energy systems, the first thing is that how far we can improve the energy efficiency or the system efficiency to convert effectively from the primary energy sources to any kind of secondary energy sources. And also, when we are talking about the secondary energy sources in this case, we are like the electricity has very high energy efficiency. It means that it can be converted completely to any kind of other energy types, energy forms like heat or etc. But unfortunately, we cannot only lay on one kind of energy forms itself. Like in this case, it's electricity. So it means that we should have any kind of another energy forms, including the chemical energy or etc. Right? So in this case, when we are figuring out about this kind of energy systems, we need to have any kind of another chemical energy storage, which is the secondary energy energy systems, energy sources. In this case, we are focusing on the hydrogen also and ammonia. And our big problems is how far we can improve the mutual conversions between the electricity and also the hydrogens and ammonia, and how far we can improve the storage or the storability of electricity and also hydrogens or ammonia in the futures. Because in the future, what really happens in the futures, we are facing with the fluctuations. The fluctuations not only happens in the consumer side and the consumption side, but also happens in the production side. Because when we are adopting many renewable energy, it means that we are dealing with a kind of energy fluctuations in this case. So this is the scenario that we would like to communicate. We would like to convert effectively among the electricity and also with any other secondary energy sources, including the hydrogens, methane, methyl cyclohexane, methanol, or maybe DME, gasoline, or etc. But in this case, when we are focusing on the environmental impacts or non-carbon-based fuels, we can focus on these hydrogens and also on the ammonia itself. Actually, both of them, electricity and hydrogen or ammonia, they can be converted mutually to each other. Like electricity can be converted to hydrogens, and then hydrogens can be stored, or hydrogen can be stored in any kind of like ammonia or any kind of organic hydrogen carriers, and also it can be converted back to electricity effectively. And it is why we adopt any kind of hydrogens as our secondary energy sources, because hydrogen is just very clean, and also there are many options for producing hydrogen, also for utilizing the hydrogen itself. But unfortunately, the problems with the hydrogens is related to its storability, because hydrogen has very low volumetric energy density. Gravimetric energy density is very high, but unfortunately, as we could see over here, the volumetric energy density is very low, which is only 3 watt-hour per liter. This is very, very low. And the hydrogens now today is actually ready for scales. It can be applied for any kind of very wide application, including the power generations and also transportations. But for the transportations in the futures, it will compete with any kind of electric vehicles in the futures. So, and we are figuring out for the passengers, small scale vehicles, electric vehicles will win, but for the large one, like including the bus and also the truck, we consider that the hydrogen vehicles will win in this case. And also there are some other options for utilization of hydrogens, including the energy industry and also the building and also the industry feedstock or etc. And also the possibility of hydrogens to be converted back to electricity, and also electricity can be converted to hydrogen is very, very interesting for us, including some countries, including Germany, and also like some countries in Scandinavian countries, and now also UK, Japan also, and United States. We are focusing on how to communicate well between the electricity and also the hydrogens in this case. But unfortunately, the total efficiency of power to gas or gas to power and the total is still very low, and it becomes the challenge in our futures. Now the total electricity, the total efficiency, when we convert from the electricity and convert it back to the electricity, it means that we have electricity and we would like to store the electricity to the hydrogens, and hydrogen then it is converted back to the electricity. The total efficiency is only about 30%. How far in the future, how far we can improve this kind of energy efficiency to about 50 or 60% in total. And this is the roadmap for the hydrogen's adoptions or applications in the futures. Basically, now we are still building any kind of infrastructures, especially in some countries, including the United States, Germany, and also Japan. Actually, what we are doing now is that we are building any kind of infrastructures. So it means that we are still burning the money. For this case, we are still building infrastructures. We cannot say that, oh, hydrogen is very economy. No. So hydrogens, the economy of the hydrogen itself, we figure out, or we predict that it can happen at 2040 or 2050 or after that actually. So because of limited time, I think I just would like to skip some slides. Actually, yeah, we have any kind of different technologies to store effectively the hydrogen, including liquid hydrogens and also organic hydrogens carriers, and also the ammonia itself. And when we are comparing between this kind of liquid hydrogens, organic hydrogen carriers, and also the ammonia, we found that ammonia is very promising. It has very high energy hydrogen density in both gravimetric and also volumetric density, and also it has very high total energy efficiency, which is about 37%, or maybe we can improve to about 40% in total. And also from the cost analysis we found over here is that ammonia is very promising, and because it will be very competitive with any kind of conventional fuels for power generations. And in this case, also we studied how far we can use the ammonia as the promising hydrogen and hydrogen storage. In this case, as we could see over here, that ammonia is very promising. And there are some kind of technology or also technology to utilize effectively ammonia. Ammonia can be used to be direct fuels. So we don't need to release the hydrogens from the ammonia. Ammonia can be directly used. It can be used for the generators, boilers, refrigeration cycle, fuel cells, and also for the gas turbines. Although the technology is still under development in this case, especially for the gas turbines, because of several limitations for the ammonia itself. So what we've done in our research also, we propose several integrated systems to produce the ammonia effectively. So what we got from our study is that we can improve the total energy efficiency for ammonia production in this case. So we can produce the ammonia with very high energy efficiency with a total of about 60 to 70%. So in case of Indonesia, I just would like to conclude my talk today that in case of Indonesia and also several Southeast Asian countries, in this case, we have several characteristics of our conditions, including geographical or etc. Now, what we are facing today is that we have low technology mastery, okay? But on the other case, we also have very huge low-grade fossil fuels, including the including the lignite and also brown coals, also waste or etc. These kinds of fossil fuels, this kind of fuels actually are very promising to be converted to hydrogens, and then hydrogen can be used for our daily life, or maybe it can be exported. So we are not exporting anymore our waste, our biomass, our lignite, our brown coals, but hopefully that we can improve or we can convert them to any kind of hydrogens, and then we can sell the hydrogens, export the hydrogen to other countries, including Japan, because in this, maybe in 20 years in the futures, what we are figuring out again related to Japan is that we are not importing anymore the carbon-based fuels, but how far we can import the energy from outside which is non-carbon-based fuels. So I think this is very promising for Indonesian case actually, how far we can improve our technology and also our scenario in the futures. So it means that we can have any kind of advancements both in our technology and also our economy. Thank you very much for today. Actually, if you have any questions, it will be my pleasure to answer and also to have discussion with all of you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. What an energetic presentation, Dr. Aziz. So far, we have 2 questions from the audience. Good morning, Dr. Aziz. Such a great presentation at this stage. Which one is safer, electric vehicle or hydrogen-based vehicle? And what are the challenges that hydrogen-based vehicle faced it to become commercially ready?
Okay, thank you very much. I just would like to answer directly about related to this one. Actually, for the hydrogen vehicles, what we are facing today is that related to the infrastructures and also the cost of the hydrogen itself. So these 2 kinds of infrastructures and also the cost of the hydrogen is still very high. So like in Japan, also the number of the infrastructures like the hydrogen filling stations, the numbers is still very limited. But actually, when we are comparing with the electric vehicles and hydrogen vehicles, both of them they have their own benefits and also demerits. Okay, advantages are also disadvantages. For the electric vehicles, okay, the problem is the battery. Right, with the battery, so it means that we need to recharge, and the charging of the electric vehicles usually takes minimally about 30 minutes to charge from 30 to 80% of this SOC of the battery. And also in case of the safety actually we cannot say that okay, electric vehicles is much safer. No. Because what really happens 2 years ago, actually, when we use any kind of, there was any kind of electric vehicles, not electric vehicles, actually, it was any hybrid vehicles developed by Mitsubishi at this time. It is SUV, it is sport utility vehicles. And what we found is that there was any kind of like misdesign, design mistake in this case with the battery. In case because when we use any kind of lithium-ion battery, there was also kind of dangers, like any kind of dangers, because when the lithium ion is changed to lithium oxide Li2O3, it is really, this changings is very exothermic, and usually there is any kind of combustions, right? There will be any kind of oxidations, and there is usually it releases the heat, very high heat. So usually in our maybe in our history, we found that some lithium ion battery are combust. There was any kind of combustions, accident, or etc. Actually, fire or etc. So we cannot say that electric vehicles is much safer in this case. Talking about the hydrogens, also the problem with the hydrogen is the tank itself. So how far we can improve the tank performance in this case? Okay, I think we can move to the next questions. Letters, I think it was sufficient to answer that.
Yeah, hopefully it's answer the question from Iqbal Ramdhani. But if Pak Iqbal Ramdhani still wants to ask more,
okay,
you can
thank you.
directly email to Dr. Aziz. Well, the second question from Mehdi Daniel from Universitas Tanjung Pura. There are two questions from Mehdi. First, can you explain the percentage of the energy backbone in Japan between conventional and renewable energy after the tsunami disaster 2011, and why Japan still rely on nuclear energy to support its electricity? That's the first question. Yeah. The second question is, can you support and agree if Indonesia wants to use nuclear energy for electricity needs?
Okay, thank you very much. The second question, I think, is really difficult questions. Yeah? For the first question, actually, what the energy mix now in Japan is that we still use about 15%, 10 to 15% of nuclear in this case. Because what? Because in our assumptions, nuclear power plants is also infrastructures. So it has life cycles, lifetime itself, about 40 or 50 years, something like that. So we cannot decommission freely, decommission this kind of infrastructures. So it means after the lifetime, so maybe about 2050 or 2060, something like that, maybe we can completely remove them, decommissions all of these kind of nuclear power plants. So in this case, now in the current scenario of our energy mix in Japan, actually, now we still have about 10 to 15% of the nuclear. And also for the renewable energy, now we have about 20% in total, including the wind and also the solar panels, biomass, hydro, or etc. And the rest of that, actually, we are now still laying on any kind of fossil fuels, which is now on gas and also now and coal, actually. So now there's a kind of really high concern about this one, how far we can improve that renewable energy share, and also how far we can shift the import of the energy from the carbon-based fuels to non-carbon-based fuels in this case. Yeah, that's the scenario that we are now still discussing in this case of Japan itself. The second question is related to the nuclear power plant in Indonesia. I just would like to mention that nuclear power plant is not only any kind of standalone technology, no. It is really comprehensive technology. It means that I say that it is not standalone technology. It means that it is not only dealing with kind of our capability, our capacity to build the infrastructures, but also our concern, our social preparations, yeah, our policy, our support, yeah, our support from our governments, from any kind of stakeholders, in case that there's any kind of fault, any kind of failure, any kind of accidents happens in our power plant itself, whether we can or we are able to actually avoid them, or maybe in case of accidents happens, how far we can minimize this kind of accident itself. So I just would like to mention is that, or underline again, that it is not kind of standalone technology. It is very, very comprehensive and also very, very inclusive technology. So maybe we can say that, okay, like Batam or etc. Maybe they are ready for building this kind of infrastructures. But unfortunately, how far we can have any kind of support from our systems, whether, okay, maybe our social, maybe our another support or our department or etc. Maybe whether they're really ready for this case or not. So when we have total assessment from this one, we can mention that, okay, we are ready for that. So in total, I cannot say that we are ready to develop or to have any kind of power plants, nuclear power plants in Indonesia or not. I cannot say like that, but maybe we can assess by ourselves whether we are really ready to have any kind of this kind of systems or not. Actually, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, actually, we have 4 more questions. That's from UI, UGM, Tadulako, and also from United Kingdom. So I think I have to give you 4 all questions. First from Yuli Asmi Rahman from Universitas Tadulako. Great presentation related to the impact of reducing emission CO2 resulting from renewable energy. Yeah. What methods have been used to estimate this?
Okay, thank you very much for this one. Actually, I don't know whether you mentioned whether CO2 neutral, carbon neutral, or you are talking about the negative CO2. When we are talking about the negative CO2, it means that we absorb, we separate the CO2 emitted from our systems, emitted from our energy utilization. In this case, maybe we use any kind of feedstock of biomass and also any feedstock of waste maybe. It means that when we use them, oxidize them, or maybe combust them, it will release any kind of CO2. Actually, the CO2 itself can be separated, can be absorbed by several technologies. The first thing is that by pre-oxidations, by post-oxidations, and also by during the oxidations. So it means that by what the definition of pre-oxidation, it means that we convert the carbons to any kind of non-carbon fuels first. It means like, okay, we can use any kind of gasification technology, and then we separate the CO2 released from gasifications, from the syngas itself. Or maybe we convert the CO to hydrogens with kind of shift technology, shift reactions in this case. And then during the reaction of combustion or oxidation itself, we can have carbon-free combustions in this case. So it means that when we have any carbon-free combustions, we just release the nitrogens and also with a surplus of maybe oxygens and also water. So the separated CO2 can be then separated, or maybe can be stored, or maybe can be utilized for other systems. For the post-oxidations, it means that we capture this kind of CO2 together with any kind of nitrogens or etc. emitted gases, including the CO2, N2, nitrogens, or etc. So we can use any kind of separations, whether it is cryogenic separations or maybe with any kind of absorptions or adsorption technologies in this case. In this case, we can use any kind of amine absorptions, amine technology or amine absorption technology or etc. But unfortunately, it is very, very energy intensive processes. So we must be careful with that. So also the last one is that during the oxidation, it means that we combust this kind of biomass or waste by pure hydrogens, by pure oxygens. So we separate the nitrogen first, and then we feed the oxygen or oxygen-rich gases for the combustion itself. So what we release from this combustion is that basically CO2 and also some gases, including the water or etc. So the problem with the separation is that usually we are facing with the separation of nitrogens and also the CO2 itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next question is from Nyoman Merleni from UGM. Great presentation, Dr. Aziz. Currently, I'm doing research on the wastewater resources recovery. Wastewater is very rich on biomass to produce ammonia and hydrogen. Do you have study which treatment system or an aerobic system is more effective to produce ammonia or hydrogen?
Okay, thank you very much. But unfortunately, I'm not focusing on anaerobic or aerobic, digestion, fermentation, or etc. Because what we are dealing now is that we are dealing with any kind of thermochemical one. So in this case, when we are dealing with any kind of liquid fuels or like wastewater or any kind of liquid waste, yeah, like pommy or maybe like black liquor from palm meal, from pepper mills or etc. Actually, what we are having now is that we are adopting the supercritical water gasifications. The supercritical water gasification in this case is that we increase the pressures to more than 23 megapascals, and then also the temperatures is higher than 375 degrees Celsius. So in this case, we can have any kind of gasifications, and this gasification is quite effective. So in total, in our experiments and also in our calculation simulations, we can have total energy efficiency of about 60% in total. So I'm not so interested in biological activities or biological conversions, because biological conversion usually takes time. So because it usually very slow reactions, right? So usually we would like to have any kind of large plant, in this case, larger plant. So usually for power generation or etc. So I think we believe that thermochemical conversion is still promising in this case. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And the next question is from Muhammad Arif Pratama from Universitas Indonesia. Good morning, Dr. Aziz. Very good presentation. If we apply fuel mixing or co-firing between gas and hydrogen in a power plant, how to solve the problem in pre-ignition characteristic of hydrogen, and whether NOx production is lower than fossil fuel?
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, ammonia can be blended. Ammonia can be mixed together with any kind of, hydrogens, any kind of diesel or etc. So in our scenario, actually, or maybe in Indonesians, because in Indonesian case, actually, we have many ammonia. Surplus ammonia in Indonesia are available now. Like fertilizer manufacturers, fertilizer industries, or etc. They have surplus ammonia. So in this case, actually, we can use this kind of ammonia to be blended or to be mixed together with the diesel engine, diesel power plant, or etc. Okay, so usually the technology that now we are developing today is that we premix the ammonia and diesel or hydrogens before we feed them at the combustion chamber itself. So we can have more uniform combustions rather than we mix them at the same time or at the same combustion cylinder itself. So in this case, actually, from our knowledge, actually, we can blend about 50% of ammonia with the 50% of diesel itself. For the hydrogen itself, we can blend also about 50 or 60% of ammonia with the hydrogen itself. And also regarding the NOx, yeah, the problem with the NOx is usually can be happens when we combust or oxidize the ammonia itself. So this is the important thing is that how far we can have the or control the combustion temperatures. Usually, like Zeldovich reactions occurs after 1,500 degrees Celsius. So in this case, when we can control, we are able to control the temperatures of the combustions to be lower than 1,500. It means that we can still have quite low NOx emissions. So we can avoid any kind of Zeldovich reactions before that, actually. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. I hope it's answer from Muhammad Arif Pratama's questions. The next question is from United Kingdom. That's Dr. Daru Widyatmoko from ICOM. Congratulations for the excellent presentation. How about the waste generated from the production of these energy sources? And after the end of their use, how sustainable they are? Are they reclaimable, recyclable, or reusable?
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know whether you are talking about the hydrogens or ammonia in this case, or the primary feedstock. Okay, for the ammonia and hydrogen, actually, we are not talking about the waste anymore, because the hydrogen, when we use hydrogen and ammonia, what we generate is that we generate the water and also the nitrogen itself. But maybe I think you are talking about the primary feedstock, when we convert or produce the hydrogen or ammonia from this kind of primary feedstock, maybe from biomass, or maybe from coals or etc. Yeah, actually, we will have several ways from this case, like ash, or maybe some several unconverted or maybe unreacted things, or etc. But the number of these materials are very, very small, I think. So like the ash or etc. Maybe, yeah, we can dump it. We can dump them together, right? Thank you very much.
All right, the last question for you, Aziz, from Desi Yofianti from Universitas Bangka Belitung. There are two questions. First question is, what is the biggest challenge in maintaining the stability of the availability of hydrogen, especially to meet transportation needs? The second question is, how big is the opportunity for alternative energy to replace hydrogen so that it doesn't cause harm to the environment or humans regarding energy sustainability?
Okay, thank you very much. The first thing related to the sustainability of the hydrogens. Sustainability of the hydrogen strongly depends on the availability of the feedstock and also the conversions. And also in the futures, we are talking about the market itself, the competitiveness in the market. The problem with now what we are dealing with the hydrogen itself, because hydrogen is secondary energy source, it means that we need to convert, we need to produce from any kind of primary energy sources. And now what we are figuring out is that when we are dealing with any kind of surplus energy, renewable energy, like the winds, or like solar panels, or etc. Like in case of Germany, in case of European countries, like in Denmark, what they have actually, they have 150% of wind energy. This is the installed capacity of wind energy is 150% larger than their consumptions. It means that there will be any kind of huge energy surplus electricity in their energy systems. And this kind of surplus electricity, of surplus energy, can be converted to hydrogens or maybe to ammonia, and then ammonia or hydrogens can be stored. In this case, we can have very low hydrogen price, hydrogen cost. But unfortunately, when we don't have any kind of this kind of surplus electricity, or maybe any kind of low grade fuels like brown coal, lignite, or waste, or etc., and the price of the primary feedstock is very high, it is very, very difficult to have the hydrogens itself. From my point of view, yeah, it will be really economic to have the electricity itself, but unfortunately, we cannot lay on one kind of energy forms, which is the electricity. Okay, and also for the second one, I don't know about your questions, the alternative energy to replace the hydrogens, or the hydrogens to replace any kind of currently available conventional fuels, or etc. But I think the hydrogens or ammonia or maybe the electricity, the problem is that what I would like to talk in here is that how far we can communicate them effectively, mutually. We are not competing each other. Okay, it's not wise to compete them, and they are not competitive to each other actually. When we are competing about the cost, about the everything, it's really not competitive. We are talking about how far we can facilitate all of the energy that we have in our energy systems to be more effective. And also how far we can reduce or minimize the environmental impacts from our energy systems. So in this case, I think we need to discuss further related to the energy mix in our energy systems, whether from the primary, from the renewable energy, from any kind of waste, from any kind of nuclear, from any kind of fossils, or etc. And how far we can, as I showed you the diagrams before, that there will be any kind of communication, effective communications between the electricity, hydrogen, ammonia, or maybe in other things. Like methanol is also promising, but unfortunately methanol includes the carbon, which means that when we use methanol or methane for our maybe for our vehicles, etc., we emit the CO2 itself. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Aziz. What a very interesting and fruitful and also important information that has been already given from your presentation. I hope the audience will satisfied of what the Dr. Aziz giving the information about his presentation. Well, thanks again, Dr. Aziz. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih semuanya. Thank you very much.
Beforehand, I will show you the certificate for Dr. Aziz. Here you are.
Okay, thank you very much.
Nice certificate. All right, thank you, Dr. Aziz, once again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hear the presentation from Professor Misri Gozan. But we are sorry to inform you that Professor Misri Gozan is not well today, but he sent us the video of his presentation. So we will presenting Professor Gozan's video. So after that, we are not going to have a question and answer session. So if you have any questions regarding what Professor Mrs. Gozan's explanation through the video, you can ask directly to the committee's email that we'll provide at the end of this video. So I think the committee, can we start the video now? So while we are preparing for the video, I would like to ask you, the audience, to have a pray. Hopefully, Professor Mr. Gozan get well soon, and will start his daily activity with a normal, healthy, and in good condition. Hopefully. So the committee is still preparing for the video. So hopefully from this video, we got the information regarding what Professor Mr. Gozan's explanation. And again, if you have any questions regarding the video, you can ask a question to the emails of the committee. So the committee will send that your question to Professor Mr. Gozan. And it is hope again that Professor Gozan will answer your questions by email too. So for all the presenters, actually at the end of the presentation in this plenary session,
rice throw. The ratio of rice.
We have a photo session, but if you cannot, it's no problem. It is good if we can have a photo session, the latest plenary session. We still have 3 presenters here. Professor Mr. Gozan, Professor Hyosop Woo, PhD from Korea, and Dr. Iswandaru Widyatmoko from United Kingdom. So once again, this video will be shown to you. There will be no answer question in this session, but you can send email to the committee if you have any question regarding Professor Gozan's presentation. For your information, Professor Mr. Gozan had been as a presentator also in the first international conference on green energy and environment in 2019. So I think it is already get set. Go. Okay.
Good morning, ladies. Please allow me to express my gratitude to the chairman of the organizing committee, Papa Dr. Bobby, and all his team in the organizing committee and also the steering committee. And please also extend my special thanks to my dear friend, Mr. Dean, Papa Warisunanda, and his all staff that I am invited in this very important conference. I'm very honored to speak here in front of distinguished speakers and also in front of all the participants. Today, I would like to deliver my speech to introduce our work and the technology selection for rice-based second generation of bioethanol. Okay. And we know that we can get almost from every solid waste, solid plant waste residues, either from forestry or from the crops. We can get the lignocellulosic materials, and we can get, for example, from residues, we can get it from the corn stalks, from rice straw, from the sugarcane bagasse, from the oil palm empty fruit bunch, and also in this in Malaysia and Indonesia, and especially in this island, Sumatra, the durian skin, very nice fruit for some of us who like it. And also in the future, we can get also maybe from algae, and also we can get also from waste papers. In Indonesia, as well as in some other Asian countries, rice is the main course, and it means also that we have a lot of production of the rice straw. And in Indonesia alone, it's about 11 million hectares. Nowadays, this is the data from last year, and the production of the rice is about 55 million tons dry unhusked rice. If we see in the Asia, which consists of 90% of the global rice production, which is around 600 million, it means that we can get a lot of rice straw. The ratio of rice and rice straw is about 1 to 1.4. So it means that we have a lot of rice straw in the world, around 800 million tons each year. So this is a very potential lignocellulosic source. especially in Asian countries such as in China, India, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Vietnam, and also Thailand. So if we, according to the Kim and Dale, if we use all this potential lignocellulose material from the rice straw, we can get 16 times of current bioethanol production. So, of course, the several studies suggested that we have to use the rice straw for generating bioethanols through the gasification and also to other mechanism, followed by fermentation and catalytic conversion. So the objective of this study is to examine the potential process routes of pretreatment and some conversion technologies for bioethanol production from rice straw. This is the selection. This presentation is about the selection of technologies. For those of you who are interested to see further the result of the design and also the safety procedure and also the economical calculation, you can see in this meeting, in this conference, paper number 6, 7, and 8. To see how we develop the technologies from the rice straw to ethanol plant. There are some alternative processes: treatment, hydrolysis, fermentation, distillation, and also for gasification and catalytic. So we choose, in this case, alternative A, process A, from biomass to go to pretreatment and enzymatic hydrolysis, and then fermentation and distillation. With the alternative B, the hydrolysis we change into the acid hydrolysis, and instead of doing this acid hydrolysis and pretreatment in the alternative process of C, we do the gasification, and the result of the gasification goes into the fermentation and distillation. This is, instead of doing the fermentation here, we do the catalytic synthesis in the alternative D. So together we have 4 routes of the process, scenarios A, B, C, D here. And then now how to select the technologies. We use the common criteria that are used by engineers and also economics to choose the technologies. The first is per maturity, and then the second is product conversion, the capacity of the plant, treatment and removal processes, simplicity of the process, and of course the economical consideration, the capital expenditure or CAPEX, and operational expenditure or OPEX. And we use the scoring value from worst 1 to very good 5 here. So what is the maturity? The maturity is in the process is that we know that the process should be proven and has been used in the real industry. This is a very common consideration, not only for the technologies to see the best available technologies, but also for the investor. If they are seeking for the investment from loan from the bank, especially they ask for the proof technology. And the second one is the conversion. Conversion is the best process that has high conversion should be chosen and should be selected, of course. And we see we give score 5 if the conversion has more than 80%. And also the capacity of the the system. What we mean by the capacity is the feed or raw materials that could be processed in the system. Sorry. The treatment and removal process. You know that there are some technologies that need extra treatment. For example, the fermentation, they need extra treatment, pre-treatment before it goes to the process. But also there are also some technologies that produce the unneeded components, for example, sulfur and tar. And this all means costly, whether for equipment, additional equipment, labor, and of course the processing time.
And the other one is the simplicity. How easy is to convert the feed or raw materials to the final product, and how complex is the process. What we mean by the complexity is if we need more more equipments, and it also impact all of the cost expenditures. So let's see the result of the discussion. First, we see the hydrolysis. We know that the acid hydrolysis from the budget in 2002, they state that most of the acid process are limited to sugar recovery efficiency of around 50%. So they also have the advantage of fast rate of reaction. It means that they facilitates continuous processing instead of batch processing. This is the advantage of doing the acid hydrolysis. The second one is the enzymatic hydrolysis. We know that the enzymatic hydrolysis is much more environmentally friendly than the acidic. And the result of enzymatic hydrolysis can get more than 50% because we do not go to the hydromethylfurfural, very toxic one, to the fermentation if we do the acid. But we do the enzyme, we don't find HMF or furfural. So this is more environmentally friendly and it's also good for the fermentation system. But the disadvantage is that it needs the pretreatments to break down the crystalline structure of the lignocellulosic and to remove the lignin to expose to the cellulose and hemicellulose molecules. So we see this is a very good option. And for the fermentation, basically, we know that microorganisms, primarily fungi and bacteria, can convert glucose into ethanol. They cannot, unless it is genetic modified one, they cannot convert the pentose into ethanol. But before the fermentation, the cellulose should go into the pretreatment into glucose by hydrolysis. And the good thing about fermentation is that we can do it in the very mild conditions. For example, in Europe, we can do it in 18 degrees, and in the more tropical countries, they can do it in 35 degrees Celsius, and also in neutral or even acidic pH. There are several range of conditions. Okay, now we move to the gasification. Gasification basically is the production of the CO gas and hydrogen and traces of methane and also some contaminants. There are several types of gasification, for example, the steam gasification and carbon dioxide gasification, which are endothermic process, and both require heat input. So in the carbon dioxide gasification, it's never attempted as a single chemical reaction. They need a combination with others. Why? Because this is a low conversion and slow kinetic rate and low thermal efficiency, and of course, it's unimpressive for the economical consideration. There are also exothermic gasification, for example, hydrogasification and partial oxidation. In direct, the hydrogasification is basically the direct addition of hydrogen to biomass under the high pressure forms of methane to form methane. And it's also the partial oxidation is known as the combustion process for some of us. So the presence of both gas-phase homogeneous reactions and heterogeneous reaction because of the materials is solid between gaseous and solid reactants make the reaction pathway further complicated. So the other option is the thermochemical conversion. Why we choose why we see that this thermochemical conversion is because the cellulose with the lignin is a rich part cannot be easily converted to with biochemically conversion. So the thermochemical is basically the heat and chemicals process to break down the cellulose into syngases like CO and hydrogen. It is, and then reassemble them into products. In this case, is ethanol. So cellulose goes into syngas. And in the next step of the thermochemical conversion is in the tar reformer is cleaning to have pure CO and hydrogen, and compress and run across a catalyst that make the gases back up into molecules like ethanol or hydrocarbons. Those are the steps. And we can choose the catalytic synthesis from the metallic catalyst such as copper, zinc, and mangan, and also from the molybdenum sulfide catalyst and also molybdenum oxide catalyst. We know that gasification, so from those, we know that the gasification of biomass to synthesize gas, followed by catalytic conversion of syngas, produce ethanol, and also some a little bit higher chains of hydrocarbons such as propanol and butanol. So we're using the scoring and some criteria that we explained before. Here we can here we choose we give the scoring and weight, the same weight here, and this is the result of the weight of the A, B, C, D. So we because of the capital and the operational cost is lower than the others, so we choose. And also from the capacity is a bit higher in the gasification process, so we choose the D process, which is biomass gasification synthetic catalytic process to ethanol route. So then we choose whether we can go from direct or with the indirect gasifier. With the direct gasifier, is the fuels are heated directly inside, or partial oxidation gasification generates the heat inside the gasification reactor. But with the indirect gasification is we transfer heat, we add heat from external source into the gasifier. So gasification technology scoring is seen in this table. That there are some performance here, like fuel, product, power consumption, and also the fuel products and thermal efficiency, the capital cost and operating cost that we consider to score in this gasification technology selection. So it ended up that we have, although this is more capital cost, but the other performance is very high. So we can see here that the result is in favor to the direct gasifier. So then we choose again the type of gasifier, the direct gasifier that we would like to have. We consider several these 4 different options. So the counter current or updraft from here to this is the air, this is the fixed bed, pyrolysis, reduction, and combustion and reduction and pyrolysis goes together in this system. So this is an updraft and this is a downdraft. And in the updraft, the fixed bed biomass, counter current flow of steam, oxygen, and air flowing upward to the fuel bed, and gas exit considerably slow. So it means the high temperature is all the energy is used efficiently in this process compared to the downward gasifier, which is the temperature is still high because it's still in the same temperature as this combustion. So this is a low thermal efficiency. There are other options also for fluidized bed instead of fixed bed gasifier. This is the typical fluidized bed. Biomass is added to fluid bed, and then some. So in the fixed bed, the biomass is standing there, but in the fluidized bed, they are added into the fluidized bed, and some particles, because of the fluidized, this can be goes into here. The fluidizing material of the biomass is suspending and fluidizing in this area, and some particles remain entrained with the gas, so that the inert material exit with the syngas. So the syngas products here goes with the particles, and it goes into the cyclone separation to separate the particulate and to have the syngas here, the clean or pure syngas. The fuel in fluidized bed gasifier is gasified in an oxygen, air, and steam mixture, and fluid throughput is higher than for fixed bed gasifier. It has the advantage of uniform temperature distribution achieved in the gasification zone, resulting in cleaner reaction. However, the fluidized bed gasifier conversion rates are lower, requiring the recycling of part of the exit gas back to the gasifier here. The last one is the entrained flow gasifier. Fuel is fed as a dry pulverized solid, or the fuel slurry in tandem with the oxygen and air. This is the slurry from the ups here. This has the highest operating temperature and pressure. With this high temperature and pressure, we aim to decrease the number of tars and methane formed during the gasification, because we would like to have as much as hydrogen and CO as a product instead of methane. So this gasifier should be run in high space velocity, because of the gas stream and fine powdery coal particles are essential to the operation of this type. And because of the very high space velocity, it means also very short residence time. This is a very high temperature is required to achieve good conversion. So then we score the last option of the gasification. The criteria is then the product yield, the energy efficiency, equipment needed, and also cost. From the explanation before, we choose this is a fixed fluidized bed, favor of the order for system. So each gasifier basically design has different advantage and disadvantage, such as cost, tar yield, sensitivity to moisture, and volume potential. But overall, the fluidized bed reactors have greater potential for use with biomass conversion than fixed bed reactors or other types of gasifier. The gasification of carbonaceous biomass occurs via three main reactions: partial oxidation, complete oxidation, and water gas reaction. So with this, I would like to conclude that process chosen is process D, biomass gasification, synthetic catalytic process to ethanol, and the fluidized bed reactors that have more significant potential for use with biomass conversion, especially for the rice straw, than fixed bed reactors or other types of gasifiers. The next design should be how to calculate the capacity, how to select the capacity of the plant with considering of the demand and also the availability, and also the location should be selected, and we should develop the block flow diagram again and process flow diagram again, and also the sizing of the dimension of the equipment, and we also have to consider the safety and layout of the design, and of course the last but not least is the economical performance, to consider whether the technologies are very, whether the plan design is very good or not. Those of you who are interested to see this consideration or this explanation can go to the presentation 1006, 7, and 8 in this much from all our team. I hope you enjoy all of this, and I return back this to Mr. The moderator.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Mr. Guzan. Thank you again. Just like what we mentioned before, that in this presentation, we don't have an answer questions session since Professor Mr. Guzan is not able to answer.
Halo. Ya benar saya. Saya. Gimana Mbak Ana?
Will be conducted by Professor Hyo-Shop Woo from School of Earth Science and Environmental Engineering, Gwangju, South Korea. Professor Woo, are you ready to giving a presentation?
Yes, yes.
All right, okay. Now, Professor Hyo-Shop Woo, please welcome, and time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Good morning,
morning.
audience. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I am Hyo-Shop Woo from Korea. I am professor at Gwangju Institute of Science and Technology. And at this time, I am talking about NBS, so-called nature-based solution. And there are many similar concepts to similar NBS. So I like to introduce one by one briefly about NBS and its similar concept. Then next, I like to show how we can utilize those seemingly similar but slightly different concepts to facilitate you see ecosystem or nature conservation as well as for human well-being. So from now on, I'll show my presentation file. I think this could be mine. And then, okay, let me arrange my screen. Then starting from the, no, it's not first one. Okay. Yes, I think now everybody sees my slide. I have 20 minutes. Again, NBS means nature-based solutions. You see, I have three contents here. NBS and its similar concepts. So I think many of you are already familiar with these terminologies, but I like to briefly explain. And I like to show you the hierarchy or subsets of each concept. And because I am water engineers, especially river engineers, I like to focus on how to utilize, how to apply NBS and similar concepts to water management, but eventually to river management. In this case, I am showing you a similar but a subset concept of NBS that is green infra. You see, just a moment. I think first I like briefly explain NBS and similar concepts, starting from definition and types. And then you see there are many similar concepts, starting from ecological engineering, green infra or blue-green infra, and eco-DRR, disaster risk reduction, and low-impact development, and close-to-nature river technologies. You see, I am not going into detail about these introductory parts. You see, NBS first suggested by IUCN, international NGOs, and they said, okay, NBS, nature-based solutions are the actions to protect and sustainably manage and restore natural ecosystem so that we can utilize them to address societal challenges such as you see, let me explain later about the societal challenges that are cut from our society by using NBS. So one word, NBS is the practice of utilization of ecological functions and service. So we need to know ecological functions and services. And you see here, there are many environmental challenges that we are facing, such as floods, climate change, water security, human health, disaster risk, and others. So to protect our society from these societal challenges, we can utilize the NBS. You see, I'd like to briefly explain now when and how it was born. In the 1970s, so-called global environmental issues was first raised, and they made UNEP. And then in the 1990s, we had Rio Summit, Rio Environmental Summit, and you are familiar with Agenda 21 and some conventions. Then at the onset of this millennium, this century, they had a very extensive research and study on the status of ecosystem on the Earth, and they published so-called Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. And then in 2008, about 12 years ago, you see IUCN, supported by World Bank, they manipulate to form the concept of NBS. And then you see this concept was adopted as a good, devices, good tools to tackle these social environmental challenges, such as climate change, which has been considered by COP series. And in EU, now they adopted this concept in the project of Horizon 2020. You see, I'm skipping this, but we need to, fundamentally to be familiar. We need to be familiar with these so-called ecosystem functions and related services, because NBS is fundamentally to utilize those services which are provided by ecosystem functions. There are many services, but you need to focus on so-called regulating services provided by ecosystem function, regulating function, climate regulation, water purification, flood regulation, and disease regulation. Okay, and this is well-known, conceptual diagrams to explain the NBS. You see, and then they say, okay, there are already some practices of ecosystem restoration, and there are some issue-specific problems such as climate change, and they say Okay, we have used the terminology of infrastructure, not infrastructure, but green infrastructure or natural infrastructure, and ecosystem-based management or ecosystem utilizing protections. And then by combining these existing practices, most of all of them utilizing ecosystem services, we can tackle societal challenges in order to expect human well-being and of course also biodiversity benefits. So you see restoration or conservation, ecological engineering, green infra, those are already being used in the in practice, and this one NBS could be said to be a overarching concepts of existing existing practices. I don't go in detail because this could be reviewed later, and this one explains when we intensify degree of engineering, that means manipulation that or human interferences, then we can expect maximization of the delivery ratio of ecosystem services, while we have less number of services and stakeholders. So type 1 is just utilizing natural ecosystem. Type 2, a minimum manipulation of ecosystem. Type 3 could be full manipulation or accelerated manipulation. Now, then they are saying, okay, we are living in built environment, surrounded by natural environment. And then what's the role of NBS in this, you see, combination of natural and built environment. Say here, we have natural environment, but we have built urban areas, infrastructures. Even we have cultivate large flat lands for agricultural products. That is a partly natural, partly built. Then by utilizing the concept nature-based solution, or in this case, ecosystem-based solution, we can, you see, assimilate a distinct built environment to be a part of natural environment. So what I'm saying is NBS could be defined as those tackling social environmental challenges so as to build environment. This one could be so as to build environment to assimilate a natural environment. From now on, in order to compare existing concepts which are similar to NBS, I'd like to briefly explain the existing concepts. The first one is building in nature. This concept originated from the Dutch practice, is that we just let nature do. So, for example, to protect this shorelines, we just put the, for example, in this case, 20 million cubic meter of sand. Then we are now expecting there is a natural machine, which they call sand engine. Then 1 year later, we have this, nature-made lagoons and sand beaches, so that we can expect, storm surge protections and other protections against the disaster coming from the sea. Second is ecological engineering. Actually, this is the academic principle. Nevertheless, you see the concept itself is very similar to NBS. For example, design of sustainable ecosystem that integrate human society with its natural environment for the benefit of you see both. In this case, both means human society and natural environment. As I showed you, MBS is the integrated approach to tackle social environmental challenges by utilizing the ecosystem services so that to get benefits both to human society and you see natural environment. So in actuality, the definitions of MBS is just the same of definition of ecological engineering, but ecological engineering is a kind of academic discipline, while the MBS is a kind of practice. So applied ecological engineering by this principle, we are utilizing this construct wetland to treat the once treated water from the conventional water treatment plant, so that this could be in a good nature-based treatment facility to have cleaner water as well as to provide good habitat. This is another good example of green building or green roofs. And then they have said about green infra. So we may be confused what those mean and what NBS mean. You see, so GI is now defined in narrow meaning, a measure of water conservation. So by utilizing, you see, rainwater harvesting, bioswales, permeable pavement, or some others. So this concept was first adopted in the United States, but there is another meaning of GI. So to differentiate this broader meaning of GI from the original meaning of GI. So we say broader meaning of GI as blue-green infra or green-blue infra. This refers the patchworks of natural areas in, you see, in a built environment that provide habitat for flood protection and cleaner water and some others. So this broad meaning GI or BGI could be could be utilized in every sectors of urban areas to tackle root social environmental challenges. You see, these are the examples of narrow meaning, conventional meaning of green infrastructures. I think many of you are familiar with this. I skip. And this is the diagram showing the broad meaning of GI or blue-green infra to make our built environment to be assimilated to its natural surroundings. And especially when we focus on disaster risk reduction by utilizing ecosystem services, they call ECO DRR. This is another terminology, but we do not worry about this kind of terminology because they are still based on broad meaning of green infrastructure, and especially focused on the measure to the measure reducing disaster risk reductions. You see, this is now good comparison. On your left side, that is the trees or forest belt along the levee means river channel levees, which was a old wisdom of Korea and in other parts of the world. And this is the natural forest bed along the coastal area in tropical regions, probably in Indonesia, and they emphasize you see the ecological services that could be expected from this kind of nature itself. So it's you see, it's called natural infra, not green infra, not gray infra. And then we have a similar concept, LID, a low impact development, which means how to manage the storm water in development area by mimicking the ecosystem functions. So there are now some you see measures, and I don't think there is a difference between the concept of LID and the narrow meaning of GI. So we don't now worry about being confused, because every practice that are being used under the name of LID are all part of GI. And then lastly, because I am focusing on water and rivers, I'm introducing this one, close to nature river technologies, CRT, I say here. And then this is originated from the German word. If I pronounce naturnahe Wasserbau. So you see, this is the techniques in actuality, soil bioengineering techniques to restore stream, to improve stream by using two bottom line concepts, close to nature stream morphology and use of natural material. So this is one example which has been done more than 30 years ago. This kind of urban stream could be converted to this kind of seemingly, you see, close to nature stream by utilizing these techniques. And this is just table 2 for comparison between the existing technologies or practices with comparison with NBS. This is the topic of my presentation. And then in one sketch, in one, you see figure, I can say this one. So LID is limited concept, which is on the umbrella of green infra. And then we have a blue-green infra, broad meaning. Then in between, probably we can locate close to nature river technologies. And then we have ecological engineering. Because it's academic principles, I just made the distinction between the others, like this dotted line. Then we have NBS. So NBS is not actually new concept. It's a umbrella concept of existing similar you see practices. Now we are focusing on NBS on water management. You see, I think this kind of a graph, diagram, because they say I'm engineers, and I say we have several functions of river or water. So we say engineering function, natural function, and in this engineering function we have water use, water control, and natural function. We have a habitat self-purification of water and soils and aesthetics. But you see, in actuality, ecologists or biologists say, oh, this is not just provisioning service. Okay, this one and this one, not this one, is regulating service, and this one is cultural service. And we ecologists says these 3 services, so-called ecosystem services. So we are engineer, we only may be familiar with this classification, but more fundamental classification could come from the ecological ecology or biologists. You see, so now there are some principles of application of NBS to water management. This I skip. And then there are more detailed principles and practices of you see NBS application for water use management, and then flood management, and then water quality management. So these are the kinds of practices that could be utilized in water management. Last topic is you see green infra or blue green infra and river management, because I'm river engineers and I like to focus on this last. So you see, let me try to explain. There is a river management practice. For example, like this. Okay, we have used traditional river management practice. This means traditional, not very old, but I say conventional. By utilizing civil engineering practice such as concrete or some materials. So it's typically called gray infra for river management. Then, as I just show you before, there are some technique. They call it close to nature river techniques, which utilize partly, you see, civil engineering practice, and partly, you see, nature-based or ecosystem-based practice. And then we have a more broader meaning to utilize the river space, such as river channel and floodplain, but we utilize those spaces not for human society, such as agricultural or aesthetics, recreational, but you see to manage flood water based on nature-based practice. And then just natural stream, rivers, floodplain. Then we can say, okay, this one is gray infra. This one is, you see, plus this practice, we can say green infra in actuality, blue-green infra. Sometimes, I'm sorry to make you confusion. Whenever I say green infra, in this case, it's a broad meaning. So I must say blue-green infra. And then, including this natural process, we can say nature-based solutions. This is well known in our practice, Dutch practice. They call it loom for the river. You see, this is the diagram. And in actuality, the stream river is in a floodplain here, but humans have occupied floodplains for their own benefits. Now they have very narrow channel only. So we need to make a loom for the river wider by returning our land, which was part of river, to the rivers. And this is the actual practice of that, so-called levee setback. You see, there was a levee, artificial levee here, to utilize some part of the land between levee and the built environment, urban areas. Now they are retreating their levee back to this place so that the area which was originally part of floodplain to return back to river, so that they can have more rooms, more space for the river to you see accommodate flood which could come because of climate change or some others. This is the Korean practice. You see, this is the topographic map in 1918. Of course, many of the channels in Korea, of course, they are braided or meandering. Now, all of the channel becomes straight to utilize for human to utilize the part of the river floodplains for cultivation and some others. Now we just return this old channel which was cut off from the main channel. This is before. Now to be a part of the rivers, so that we have a wider space, and then we have a different variety of habitat, aquatic habitat. So it's another levee setback, and then a cut off channel, which was a part of old channel, was restored. They could be reconnected to main channels. So this is good for habitat. This is good for human society. And even we may consider, well-working levee to be removed, because now we have constructed levees along the rivers. Even in this place, you see there is a narrow and long, cultivating, land. So I mean, in between the hilly mountains and the channels. But when we calculate the price of this land with the price or cost of damage that could occur, you see, by flood, then we may calculate, okay, we need to remove these existing levees so that this cultivating land could be a part of the channel, which was a part of the floodplain. So it's a kind of stream restoration by removing a part of levees, which are even we think they have a very good functions. So this is the actual consideration of this practice. And then this practice, that so-called riparian buffer strip, RBS, or riparian buffer zone, to protect the streams against the non-point source pollutants. And then last one is how to restore our urban stream by utilizing you see close to nature river techniques or soil bioengineering. This is the German practice because this English interpretation comes from originally German word Naturnahrungsbau, and they are utilizing the living willow vaccines to protect the stream shores. Actually, this is revetment, living revetment. And then this is the practice in Korea, such as you see, this is the urban streams, which was improved years ago only for considering the efficiency, effectiveness. Now we can make this kind of stream to this by utilizing this technique, close to nature, river techniques. So my conclusion is, you are living in the 21st century, which could be called the era of uncertainty. And then there are many societal needs, such as enhancement of living quality, conservation and restoration of natural environment, and of course, safety. And then we have facing issues of climate change, increasing floods and droughts. And then there have global measures facing these issues in 2015, Sustainable Development Goals, and 2015 Conference of the Parties 21 for climate change adaptation and reductions. Then no, we have a newly seemingly new concept, nature-based solution. But in actuality, this you see practice not very new, but this is a kind of umbrella concept where we can harness natural processes and ecosystem services to address our societal challenges. Well, so you see, before the concept of this came, we have had similar concepts, but you see, in terms of the you see encirclement of the concept, those existing concepts could be subsets of this you see concept NBS. So again, some cases MBS practice cost effective, and because we are utilizing partly nature, so easy to maintain and long-term, offering and multiple benefit. But some cases, it's not complete. It may not complete with NBS only because in some cases, I think we think it is more effective combined with gray infra, such as utilizing very hard man-made material and structures. And then I am saying the hierarchy of existing concept which are similar to NBS. The smallest you see concept could be low impact development, which is well utilized in urban areas, and then green infra, then you see blue-green infra, you may forget it, and ecological engineering. I just make a parenthesis because this is not practice, but the engineering academic principles, and then we have MBS. So you see, well, when we focus on river management, I think MBS, or in other words, blue-green infra, this concept could be very useful in river management practice. I think this is the end of my presentation. So I say again, thank you very much. Now, thank you. So, Chairman, do I go out of these slides?
Yeah.
So
okay.
I stop sharing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Wu. We have two questions here from audience. The first question is come from Adhari from government of Bangka Belitung in Indonesia. He said, in fact, this description describes simple concepts, but in many places in Indonesia don't have them. All development is very irregular. In Bangka Belitung, it has ex-mining water sources, but until now, it hasn't been useful for irrigation, even though agriculture or plantations have only relied on rivers and rain. Management of river flow and irrigation hasn't been useful. All about replanting mangrove forests, we've done a lot on all coasts. Hopefully this explanation can inspire us in Bangka Belitung to save the ecosystem in an experiment in a rural cluster. No question, your presentation is very interesting, Professor Wu. So there's no question, there's a statement from the audience.
Remarks.
Second audience, the question is from Andre Fabiani, Universitas Bangka Belitung. There are three questions.
Yeah.
First, can NBS material be applied to the absorption of heavy metals in water? And second one, what are the opportunities for this NBS material in the future, especially to overcome environmental problems? And third one, is it possible that this NBS material can be applied in Indonesia because Indonesia has a lot of problems with its rivers? That's all three questions.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for very valuable questions. You see, at this time, I try to explain the general, the concept and the general approach of NBS to tackle the actual problems. And he said, heavy metal, you see, contamination issues. And then I think he knows about that. You see, I already mentioned about ecological engineering, in which you see there are a variety of techniques. One of them, phytoremediation, utilizing the vegetation to you see alleviate, to reduce the heavy metal contaminated soils. There are some practices in the category of ecological engineering. And second is, you see, future practice of NBS. You see, I have a limited experience in NBS, and then according to my experiences, then still this is case or site specific. When there is some sites which could be very good for utilization of NBS, but in many cases still we need to consider the gray infrastructures, because here there are good points, merits of utilizing gray infrastructures in many situations. So it depends on the engineer's judgment. Sometimes you need the combination of NBS and gray infrastructures, but in other cases you just can utilize NBS only. So it's a little bit site specific. And then you see, I've been in Indonesia a few times, especially in Yogyakarta area, to meet Professor Prayat Madja, and then still I'm not very familiar. I'm not very familiar with the actual situation in Indonesia. Nevertheless, Indonesia is very rapidly developing countries, and they have a lot of construction and development activities. So in planning their development or construction activities, they do not need to make trial and error, which was done in developed countries, Western countries. So by actively considering this practice, this practice is simple, just mimicking a natural process, just adapting natural process in more in more what I'm saying is deliberate ways. So I think there are many areas and chances for Indonesia to consider, to utilize this concept, especially at the planning and designing stages of development project and management projects. Yes, that's my short comments on his or her questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Professor Wu. There is one question more.
Yes.
From Robi Hambali. Of course, it is not a trivial matter to restore rivers based on close to nature concept, especially when dealing with social behavior. How was your experience with this?
Okay, you see, I think he's talking about the last topic, closed nature labor techniques. You see, my experience says that in Korea, this society, we adopted that practice about 30 years ago, especially in dealing with urban stream restoration. Now in Korea, it is that practice is very popular and known. So I think, yeah, there are very good opportunities especially in the urban Indonesian streams to utilize, to adopt this simple and in many cases very effective practice. I think I think it's good for them to check, to review this kind of techniques to make their urban stream to be more nature looking. You see, yes, that's my short comment. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Hyosopu, your answers, and hope all the audience who has already giving questions these answers already. But I'm sorry, it's not all questions will be presented today, and because of the limited time, I have to stop your session. And thank you once again, Professor Hyosopu. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is the certificate for you. Ah, that's a nice certificate for you, Professor Wu.
It's nice.
All right, I see you again, Professor Wu. 감사합니다.
Yeah, man. Okay, bye.
Bye. So the last presenter for this plenary session is from Dr. Iswandaru Widiatmoko. He is a technical director of ICOM United Kingdom. Of course, he is my friend as well from Nottingham. Okay. So, Dr. Widiatmoko, are you ready for giving a presentation?
Yes, inshallah. I'll try to share my screen.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. So, Dr. Iswandaru Widiatmoko, time is yours.
One second, I'm trying to find where is my screen.
No problem. We still have not much time, even though you have 20 minutes and 10 minutes question answer, but we still have time until 12 o'clock. So now it's 6 or 7 hours different from Indonesia.
Yes, it's 6 hours different. It's 5 o'clock at the moment, or 20 minutes past 5. Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes, it's clear.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Hi, good morning. What I would like to do today is I would like to share with you about the slightly different from a different angle. This is on a digital transformation to improve the quality, efficiency, and safety in construction of roads, incorporating recycled materials. Dr. Priyoko mentioned I'm from Nottingham. Yes, I know him when he was studying at Nottingham for a few years. Can't remember now, back a few years ago. I worked for a company called ICoGEE, and since the beginning of this year, I have been also supporting Universitas Pertamina at their civil engineering department. In the UK, I'm a fellow for 2 professional institutions, Chartered Institution for Highways and Transportation and the Institution of Asphalt Technologies. Also, I'm a member of British Standard Committees. So I've been involved in reviewing and updating British standards and European standards in the UK.
Excuse me, Dr. Moko, can you expand your presentation?
Oh, to expand the presentation, unless the one I shared is a different one, is the wrong one. 1 second, let me check. How to find the
full screen.
I'm not sure what screen. Okay, 1 second. I think I shared the wrong screen.
And the right below.
How to
view the full screen of the presentation on the PPT?
Yeah, sorry. Exit. How to stop the sharing? Because I think I used the wrong sharing area.
Stop sharing.
How to stop sharing?
Okay.
One second. I think I'm confused myself in terms of which one to share. Okay, I think I found it now. 1 second. 1 second. It's gone now.
It's gone, yeah.
Okay, I'll start sharing. 1 second.
Okay.
Apologies. Yeah, I found it.
All right.
Is it better?
That's better. All right. Thank you.
Okay. 1 second. Right. I'll go straight to the contents. So what I would like to share with you today would be we'll talk about the dilemma in implementing circular economy, and then what are the current and future approach to recycling, and then we'll talk a little bit about the revolutionary in the design for the sustainable asset management, and then at the end how to achieve the zero waste in construction. Let's talk about the dilemma in implementing circular economy in road infrastructure recycling. To start with, what is a circular economy? There are so many definitions, and among those definitions, something that may be more relevant with the discussion today is how we can maximize the use of materials or products. So starting from the design stage, the material would be designed for longevity, but if it is not possible, then how to design it under a different business model. And then at the end of the life of this product, then how the product can be reclaimed or reused for other purposes or for the same purpose, and the cycle will start again. So that's the simple explanation about the circular economy. But then what is the dilemma? We have seen the world economy has been improving. So what the consequence of this? We have seen rapid urbanization, new industrial site developments, and construction works are on the increase. And the dilemma here is that substantial amount of carbon greenhouse gas emission has been spent from the extraction of the raw materials, the production to the installation, and at the end of the life of our infrastructure assets. And it has been reported by UK Green Building Council about the need to reduce this carbon emission from this process of maintenance and construction of our infrastructure projects. European Commission reported that up to 30% of the construction and demolition of infrastructure assets account for the up to 30% of the global material consumption and waste generation. And the 70% of greenhouse gas emission come from infrastructure construction and operation. So that's a massive challenge for the infrastructure industry. The good news is that by selecting the right process and the right source of materials, these emissions can be reduced by up to 85%, and the cost can also be reduced by 60%. So that's the good news. Now, I'll try to share with you a different approach, how we can achieve those kind of savings and the benefits from recycling using an improved process. Maybe we start from the current approach, so the more conventional approach in recycling. This is the diagram that typically adopted for the process of recycling a road pavement. In this stage 1, the designer will need to understand the existing conditions of the pavement that require recycling. What is the environment condition? What is the track record and historical record behind the asset, behind the pavement, in order to be able to justify or to consider whether it is suitable for recycling. The challenge here is that this information, often they are not complete or they are not always available. Hence, they need to go through a lot of hassle in order to obtain as much information as possible. The next phase, once we know the assets, then try to identify what causes the distress, what causes the problem with the pavement that we need to rehabilitate the pavement. This can be because of climate change, for example, the weather becoming too hot or too cold, or because of a lot of floods which damage the infrastructure, or because of the traffic which is increasing, or because overloaded traffic. So there are a lot of things that needs to be considered even for identifying the distress, and this distress are not always run by itself independently, but they often interconnected and they are very dynamic in nature. Thus, it's quite difficult to get the accurate picture of the main cause of the defects unless there is a good data behind this. And then the next phase, the designer will need to assess the rehabilitation option, whether the process would allow recycling. If it allows recycling, it's a hot or cold process. And if importation of new material would be required, what would be the new material that need to be produced? And then what would be the budgetary constraint, environmental issue that need to be addressed surrounding these rehabilitation options? And sometimes there's a political issue that needs to be considered, as well as the regulation surrounding the project. So this process can be iterative and time consuming due to many factors that need to be considered. And then after stage 3 was resolved, then the designer can start optimizing their approach, their design, by considering technical solution, financial limitation, and other limitations surrounding the projects in order to get the most optimized design suitable for that particular project. So that's the general approach. However, often the designer have to deal with non-conventional materials for recycling. It can be materials from the waste process or the materials that contain some hazardous contents in the pavement. So this will require a separate process, and this process will add more layers for analysis. And this process can be iterative and may require integration into extensive database of track record for these particular materials. This may imply that a prolonged and time-consuming process. And historically, this kind of process have become the barriers or challenges faced by the engineers, by the designers, by suppliers, or the specifiers of the projects. And this often discouraged or prevented them from incorporating waste from the end-of-life infrastructure assets for recycling. And these challenges are often associated with lack of or incomplete records of the materials currently being used on the existing assets. Hence, knowing the history, the database of the materials would be very useful tool for the designer to carry out a very good design. Hence, what would be the new trend on the latest technology that can help designers to improve and simplify this recycling process? Let's start from the disruption that we've seen in the last 5 years. Previous presenters already presenting a little bit about stages of industrial revolution or society revolution, and that disruptions also takes place in the construction industry. And here I present 3 main disruption in the construction industry. The first one is digitalization. We have seen a massive investment in technology, digitalized technology, and some projects becoming more integrated with the seamless collaboration. And the second one is industrialization, whereby prefabricated products or approach has been used more and more standardized modular construction has been used. This will improve the efficiency and the speed of the construction, as well as saving materials from becoming waste. And the next one is globalization. We have seen this for the last 1 or 2 decades, that globalization is getting more massive. We have seen the increased growth of smart cities using smart technologies. We've seen global products coming into the market, which means our approach needs to be improved. Our business needs to be scaled into the models that can account for this globalization, as otherwise we won't be able to face this international competition. So what will be the new concept to improve the recycling and use of end-of-life materials? Here I try to summarize the process surrounding the need and the chance to have a good database to help each of this process, from using the raw materials, holistic design, smart construction, smart operation, and end of life of these particular assets. The increasing use of big data and smart sensors open ways to build this big database of materials. This will provide detailed track records of the materials while they are in service, and also the live database of the source materials and any option. I will talk about this in detail in a minute. And then we can carry out a better holistic approach to the design. And then in terms of implementation of the design, construction can be smarter. And then on the maintenance and operations of our asset, it can be even more smart with smart sensors. And at the end of the life, because we have a massive database, we can have more confidence how to utilize end-of-life materials back into our assets. Let's talk about this in more detail. About the raw materials, here we can identify sources of materials or secondary materials or any smart materials even more efficiently with a good database. There are a lot of things that we need to consider here, from physical chemical properties, what would be the carbon footprint of the materials, variability, availability of the stock of the material, and then the track record, durability, location. And so many of these things, there is a lot of data that needs to be processed. And using a digital platform, this allows linear and more efficient processing tool to optimize different parameters that which are presented here. And then we move to the holistic design. This holistic approach allows integration of the design for durability. So we design our asset for durability, for long lasting, and for sustainability, which means try to make use of the existing material or any sustainable material as much as possible. And then with the access of big data and Internet of Things, with the information already contained on the database, then this will help our designer to have more accurate model, to produce model with accurate prediction, hence a better confidence in our forecast. This will means it will allow the use of higher content of reclaimed or secondary materials in our design, because we have more confidence, because we have a lot of data about this material. However, this process can be painstaking and iterative. further digitalization can facilitate the acceleration and simplifying this process. We know, especially on the road industry, this process of adoption has been quite slow, but things is getting more and more now being used, especially what I've seen here in the UK. So in order to facilitate those digital transformation, we need to create a digital ecosystem. This ecosystem will manage the digital flow of massive data from the design stage to the construction stage to the operation and maintenance. When used together with data captured from these stages of work from the construction, for example, smart sensor can inform the engineers how individual assets are behaving, so they can assess the performance of these assets more precisely, more accurately. The digital twins can provide a backup of our physical assets in digital format. You may be familiar with this term, digital twin, which is a duplicate of our physical asset. So if we have a building in front of us, then we have a digital version of that building, and that digital version contain a database of materials, production, track records, and everything will be in there, and that will be taken forward from the design stage, updated during the construction stage, and then being updated further during the operation, maintenance, and the life of the assets. So we will have a complete database, and we know the behavior of the materials during its service life. This approach can be used to make informed decision prior to devising any maintenance requirement, and also help engineers to decide whether the assets, whether the materials from the current asset should be recycled based on all this data performance of track records. Then I will talk a little bit about smart construction, which is the construction 4.0. This is about automation during the construction. These automations offer improved intelligence. It captures big data that can be efficiently managed and quickly process the data in real time during the construction. This will create faster and smarter working environment. This will help promoting quality, safety, and efficiency. From the safety, this will reduce or remove the technician from site, because as what we can see from this picture, this technician need to carry out testing on site whilst there are a lot of heavy vehicles going back and forward. And this is not only a safe environment for them to do. So if we can remove them from sites, that would be a massive improvement for health and safety. And so the tests tend to be done in a scattered space. With the smart sensors, the quality can be monitored more continuously. I'll talk about this later on. And then also these pictures at the bottom, you can see technician dealing with hot materials. With sensors, there is no need to deal with the hot materials. Everything can be recorded and monitored by sensors. And the data, they are all in digital format, which means they can be easily accessed. You can search whatever you need to know from this data, and you can interrogate the data a lot more easier. This is a summary of a collaborative research that we've done between the industry and the highways authorities in England. These slides illustrate the implementation of digitization during the construction phase, capturing the progress of the construction from manufacturing the materials with all the data in digital format and in real time being sent to the central server. And then as the materials going to sites, all these equipment, smart pavers, compactors, they also fitted with sensors, and they will record their activities and transmit it automatically to the servers. And then the same way with testing on sites. And when the project's complete, then you will have all the data already attached to the location. So with a simple click of the button, you can see what materials being used here, what was the rolling pattern, what was the temperature during laying, what was the actual data contained on that particular spot, the same on other spot. And everything can be easily accessible. And last year, this works also winning an award during the World Road Association in Abu Dhabi. So this is one of the breakthrough on the digitizations in the construction that has happened in England. And then what are the benefits? These are the benefits that has been reported from the experience that has been gathered from framework projects in local authorities in England. That using digitalization, it reduced the testing cost by 30% and extend the life cycle of the assets by 5 years. So these are massive savings, and not only just on the cost element, but also on the sustainability element, because the maintenance will be less, the life of the asset will be a lot more longer. So this is just a summary on about the smart construction 4.0. The details can be found on the paper, which reference will be listed at the end of this presentation. The main benefits are improving safety during construction. We will have comprehensive digital construction record, and real-time quality monitoring can be done. This can also improve productivity level because there will be less abortive work, because all the quality will be enhanced and can be maintained throughout the project. So that's about construction 4.0. So how about operation and maintenance of our assets? We know that road pavements deteriorate with time as a result of traffic loading or as a result of different variations in environmental condition, hot, cold, rain, flood, and so on. And rehabilitation will be required to maintain serviceability of our roads throughout their life. Typically, this condition will be monitored by a routine survey, visual inspection, or annual survey to assess the surface condition of the materials and the safety condition of the materials and the strength of our pavement. With the use of smart sensors, which has been increasing use on projects in England, this can improve the data collection throughout the life of the assets. I will give you an example in a minute. This shows how smart sensor can be fitted into our road assets. According to Deloitte, the global smart sensor market is growing at an annual rate of 19%. So more and more smart sensor has been used. And by 2022, this will be expected to worth around 60 billion US dollar in terms of spending on smart sensors. And these sensors can be embedded under the surface of our road, just like the slide in front of us, or it can be fitted onto the vehicles. The measurement, as well as detecting distresses and faults on the road, can be taken and recorded in real time, because as soon as the vehicle passes a certain sensor level, it will send a signal to central data server, and that can be used for subsequent detailed analysis of the project. Then when we use this data together with the data that we capture during the construction, smart sensor can inform engineers on how the individual assets on a particular spot are behaving. So they can assess the performance of these assets. This can be used to make informed decision prior to devising maintenance schedule of these assets, such as explaining how the two roads are behaving differently while they are constructed at the same time, for example, probably because the conditions are different, but this can be captured by the smart sensors. And this smart sensor can help engineers to decide later on whether recycling is possible for this particular pavement. So in the future, when everything has been fitted with smart sensor, our pavement would be able to inform us whether they are in good condition or not in good condition. And with the use of machine learning and artificial intelligence, then that can automatically provide warning to asset manager to carry out a certain action, whether repair is required or whether rehabilitation will need to start being planned. This is another research that we completed last year on vehicle-mounted sensor. Here, sensor is fitted on traffic officer vehicles. The idea is, while traffic officers going back and forward along the motorways or jalan tol in Indonesia, for example, this sensor start capturing the conditions of the surface. Prior to this research, historically, the data collection has been done manually, which means there will be two traffic officers, one of them driving, the other one taking the record of the surface condition. But using the digitalization, the process can be done automatically. And this process make it easier and safer for the traffic officer to carry out their duty and for the engineer to maintain these particular assets. So how about the end of life of our assets? I'm sure we are all understand about the hierarchy on prioritizing how we deal with materials. The first is try to reduce the use of materials or reuse it at the end of the life or recycle it where possible. If not possible, then starting about how we recover the energy, and landfilling is always the last resort. We try not to do landfilling. And in order to achieve the zero waste to landfill, then we need to start thinking about this process. From the design, trying to target how much recycled content we can increase. And then on the construction, how we can reduce the waste. Digitalization help to reduce that waste. And at the end, hopefully the zero to landfill can be achieved. So at the end, in a summary, we have seen that a lot of things has happening in terms of technology, how to improve our design, how to maximize the recycling content in our assets. The industry has the golden opportunity to increase the efficiency and meets the emission targets. The use of the smart assets or smart sensors can help in achieving those targets. These smart tools can facilitate such specific evidence-based design and help engineers gaining better confidence in incorporating end-of-life infrastructure assets in their rehabilitation projects, whilst maintaining high quality, good efficiency, and improved safety. And this will ultimately contribute to zero waste in construction works. That's the target. And that's the end of my presentation today. These are the list of references if anyone would like to know in more details about the things that I presented today. And with that, I said thank you for having me today and for your patience listening to my presentations. And I will return the presentation session back to the moderators. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Widyatmoko. I've seen here there are two questions. Firstly, from Iqbal Ramdhani, Universitas Indonesia. Thank you, Dr. Swandaru, for your presentation and commitment to present to us in such early morning in the UK. Actually, I have one question. I do have interest in BIM or BIM. And we are starting to implement it in our project of Jakarta MRT. This is new for the employer, the contractor, also the engineer. Please kindly give us your best advice for using BIM so that we can accelerate our adaptation on BIM. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. It's very good questions. With all these technologies, BIM is one of the tool that can be used to capture all this information into one place. So BIM is basically a database. The best approach is to improve our way to capture the information. If ideally, we would have everything in a digital format, because that's the idea of BIM. Everything would be in digital format. So we started storing the track records and all the necessary input for our design in a digital format, and then choose any BIM tools that is available. You can use a Bentley Autodesk system to generate that, or any other system that you are comfortable with. And this will be bespoke to each project. So MRT will have their own bespoke dual BIM model. And from BIM model, that can be improved further later on to generate more digital twin types of approach. So you have all the models to start with at the design phase. And then when it is up and running, you keep on updating your model so that you can use that for your asset maintenance purposes. So that's the first approach. So the first approach is to improve the way to collect the data and to generate a good database. I think that's the first approach.
All right, last question from Desi Yofianti, Universitas Bangka Belitung. Even though one question, but actually there are 4 questions. First, how to align the design and implementation of recycled materials with applicable specification? That's number 1. Number 2, are there specific criteria in the UK for determining recycled material to be used as a road construction material, whether simple or complex? Is this already accommodated in British standard? That's number 2. Number 3, in your opinion, what kind of challenges will be encountered in implementing the use of recycled materials on the road pavement in Indonesia? And last question, how to develop a tool for road performance assessment using recycled materials?
Very good questions. A lot of questions. I can spend 2 hours on this. We don't have 2 hours. Some of the answer you might be able to, if you go to my research kit, some of them you can find it in there. But just to explain about the process, recycled material, yes, it is in the specification. Specification for highway works allow the use of recycled materials. British standard, European standard allow the use of recycled materials. There are different types of materials. When we talk about materials, we can talk about asphaltic materials, concrete materials, unbound materials, hydraulically bound materials. There are so many different materials, and each of them, they have their way to accommodate recycled contents. For example, in asphalt on the surface, typically only 10-20% recycled content would be used, and unless you, or otherwise, you have to go through a lot of design process. And then on the hydraulically bound material or cementitious bound materials, you may be able to use up to 100% of recycled content. So it depends on the types of materials. So yes, there are specifications, there are guidelines how to incorporate recycled content. And then how to relate the recycled contents and specification. In the UK, we have what we call as a standard approach and non-standard approach. Standard approach is if it is already covered by the spec, then it's a lot easier. Non-standard approach is if you introduce materials from a different waste stream or different types of materials not really listed on the standard, then you need to go through what we call as readiness level, technology readiness level. So the supplier need to go through a lot of trials, from the smaller scale trial, field trial to network trial, prior to the materials approval for the standard use on roads. So there are a lot of process. And then what are the specific criteria in determining recycled materials to be used? Is it simple or complex? It can be simple, it can be complex, as I mentioned earlier, depending upon the nature of the recycled materials. If the material recycled from standard materials, it's a lot simpler. But if the material that need to be recycled contain, for example, hazardous content, hence you need to go through a lot of levels from the environment issue to technical issue. So it can be simple, it can be complex. We are currently working to produce a protocol to filter innovative paving materials which include waste-derived materials. This protocol, currently we are working for my client, the industry in the UK, to provide more guidance to the industry. And this is going to be put on the national standard as well when it is completed. So there are a lot of process that need to go through before using recycled material, especially if the recycled materials contain materials produced from waste or byproduct material. But yeah, there are a number of British standards on that. We've been working continuously on this one because recycled materials, always new materials coming in. Hence, the committee needs to keep on updating the standard. So it is an ongoing process, but yes, there is British standards in there. If you want more details, you can send me an email. I can send you the exact standard depending upon what you are looking for in terms of the types of materials. And then what kind of challenges that will be encountered in implementing the use of materials on road pavements in Indonesia? I mentioned earlier the importance about having a good historical data. The main challenge with recycled material is variability. How we ensure the materials that we recovered from our assets, they are relatively uniform. If they are not uniform, how we filter out any contaminants to make them more uniform in order for us to be able to produce a design or a material which will be consistent throughout the project. So that's one challenge. One challenge is to understand the source of recycled materials. Before, well, I can go on for another 30 minutes on this one, but I think to start with, the first challenge is trying to map out or to understand the historical data of the assets. And then you can follow the chart which I presented in my presentation today as a guideline. I think that can provide you a good overview what needs to be done. And then the last question about tool, how to develop tool for road performance assessment using recycled materials. It is a short question, but it's got a long explanation to it, because you won't be able to have one tool fit for all. Due to the nature of recycled materials, you may need a different approach depending upon the circumstances of the design. If you look at the flowcharts which I presented, and the second flowcharts about non-standard materials, you need to combine between the two in order to be able to accommodate different scenarios. When the filtering protocols become available, the research that we are doing at the moment, you would be able to see how you will be able to filter out any waste-derived materials prior to the material can be considered. This is even before the material can be considered into the designs of materials for application in road construction. So that's my brief answers to these 4 questions. If you'd like more details, as I said, feel free to send me email and I'll respond to you. And there are some references on my ResearchGate website as well that you can download from there. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Iswandaru. It is very interesting, and I'm sure the audience, if you have any more question and wants to have a more discussion with Dr. Iswandaru, you can send email or contact to him in Nottingham. So I know he's an expert in this area. So I think because the time is already at 12 o'clock in Indonesia, so I have to stop this session. And this is a certificate for Dr. Iswandaru. Thank you very much for your joining with us today. And hopefully all of the speaker, Professor Masaharu Fujita, Dr. Muhammad Aziz, Professor Misri Gozan, Professor Yosef Wu and Dr. Iswandar Widiatmoko. Thank you very much once again, and we'll see you next international conference on green energy. I don't know, maybe in 2 or 3 years more from now. But let me close this session with a photo session. So for the photo session, I will give this opportunity to MC, Ibu Nurvita, to make a photo session for all of us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bapak Priyoko Prayitnoadi, PhD, for guiding this plenary seminar in a very comprehensive way. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is a photo session. I would kindly ask you to turn on the video and please give us your best expression. And I would also kindly to take the picture as many as possible, and I will count up to 3. So ladies and gentlemen, hope you are all ready. Dear committee, are you ready? All right. So 1, 2, and 3. So I would like to kindly ask Mr. Hyosobu to turn on your video, sir. Okay, then. The last one for the photo session, I would like to count to 3. Oh, excuse me, how many slides there? 4 slides. So I will count to, there will be 4 times to do photo session. This is the second one. So hope you are ready. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, hang on there. And then the third one. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, and then this is the last session. 1, 2, and 3. Right. Okay. Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. Honorable keynote speakers, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. After this session, we are about to have lunch break around 1 hour. I would kindly remind you to return to the main room at least 10 minutes before the parallel session. You are expected to be back to the main room at 12:50. Untuk kegiatan seminar nasional Jumat 9 Oktober 2020, kami mengingatkan peserta untuk dapat join di akun Zoom 30 menit sebelum acara dimulai, yaitu pada pukul 7.30. Seminar akan dimulai pada pukul 8 pagi waktu Indonesia bagian Barat. Ladies and gentlemen, for the final remark, I will remind all of the participants to join and attend the closing ceremony on Friday, October the 9th, 2020 at 10 a.m. held by ICoGEE and Seminar Nasional, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Bangka Belitung. We are about to close today's event. Thank you for your active participation. I am Nurvita Wijayanti. I'm signing off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
dan pulau-pulau kecilnya. Kata orang, Belitung itu sempurna, apalagi untuk menikmati matahari pagi. Birunya pemandangan di pantai, sebening alam bawah lautnya. Pasir putih dan pulau-pulau kecilnya memang tiada duanya. Tapi buat aku, pesona Belitung itu cantiknya peninggalan bersejarah dan kenangan tak terlupakan saat menikmati warisan kulinernya. Ini Indonesiaku, mana Indonesiamu?
Tahukah Anda, alam selalu memberi kenangan manis di hati kita. Seperti sebuah keindahan yang diletakkan di ujung ingatan agar kita selalu tersenyum. Seperti halnya Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Lautnya yang biru seakan membawa kita menyelami keindahan Indonesia. Serta barisan bebatuan yang menyiratkan sisi magis, mengingatkan kita betapa eksotisnya pulau ini. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung akan selalu membawa Anda pada sebuah petualangan yang tak terlupakan. Datang dan jelajahi keindahan Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
Siapapun akan terfana, melihat indah ciptanya, alam dan seni budaya, Belitung tiada duanya. Pribadi ramah ceria, senyuman tulus bersahaja, jadi kenangan terindah. Belitung takkan terlupa. Di mana ku berada, yang ada hanya indahnya laksana alam di Rwanda, menambah pesona Indonesia. Pribadi ramah ceria, senyuman tulus bersahaja, jadi kenangan terindah. Belitung takkan terlupa. Di mana ku berada, yang ada hanya indahnya laksana alam di Rwanda, menambah pesona Indonesia. Di mana ku berada, yang ada hanya indahnya laksana alam di Rwanda, menambah pesona Indonesia, menambah pesona Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Wonderful Indonesia, selamat datang dan selamat berwisata ke negeri serumpun sebalai Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Sudah saatnya bagi kita untuk maju dalam masa pandemi ini dengan tatanan kehidupan baru, new normal. Setelah kita membatasi diri dalam beberapa waktu, kini kita siap menyambut kegiatan wisata dengan tourism new normal. Kami siap menyambut tourism new normal berlandaskan 3 isu, bersih, sehat, dan aman. Dengan protokol kesehatan di setiap tempat wisata di seluruh wilayah bubble. Ayo berkunjung ke Bangka Belitung, wonderful Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saat ini kita menyadari bahwa kondisi saat ini untuk sektor pariwisata lebih baik dengan kebijakan pemerintah, yaitu new normal. Pemerintah melalui kebijakannya khusus untuk sektor pariwisata sudah diterbitkan mengenai peraturan Menteri Kesehatan dengan menaungi kelembagaan pariwisata untuk katakanlah bersepakat dengan new normal ini, bersiap-siap untuk menyambut kehadiran wisatawan ke Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
Halo, saya Pak Muhammad Wijaya yang ingin mengajak masyarakat Indonesia untuk mengunjungi dan berwisata ke Provinsi Bangka Belitung. Kami akan menerapkan protokol kesehatan dalam menyambut dan melayani para wisatawan yang akan datang berkunjung ke Provinsi Bangka Belitung. Kedepankan kesehatan, kedepankan keamanan. Salam sehat, salam sukses.
Kami pengelola industri pariwisata di Bangka Belitung dan masyarakat Bangka Belitung siap dengan new normal baru sesuai dengan aturan Permenkes yang baru, bahwa dengan prinsip CHS yang baru, clean, health, healthy, dan safety, kita harapkan pariwisata kita ke depan memiliki transformasi dengan kondisi yang lebih baik.
Kata orang, Belitung itu sempurna, apalagi untuk menikmati matahari pagi. Birunya pemandangan di pantai, sebening alam bawah lautnya. Pasir putih dan pulau-pulau kecilnya memang tiada duanya. Tapi buat aku, pesona Belitung itu cantiknya peninggalan bersejarah dan kenangan tak terlupakan saat menikmati warisan kulinernya. Indonesiaku, mana Indonesiamu?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Wonderful Indonesia, selamat datang dan selamat berwisata ke negeri serumpun sebalai Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Sudah saatnya bagi kita untuk maju dalam masa pandemi ini dengan tatanan kehidupan baru, new normal. Setelah kita membatasi diri dalam beberapa waktu, kini kita siap menyambut kegiatan wisata dengan tourism new normal. Kami siap menyambut tourism new normal berlandaskan 3 isu, bersih, sehat, dan aman. Dengan protokol kesehatan di setiap tempat wisata di seluruh wilayah bubble. Ayo berkunjung ke Bangka Belitung, wonderful Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saat ini kita menyadari bahwa kondisi saat ini untuk sektor pariwisata lebih baik dengan kebijakan pemerintah, yaitu new normal. Pemerintah melalui kebijakannya khusus untuk sektor pariwisata sudah diterbitkan mengenai peraturan Menteri Kesehatan dengan menaungi kelembagaan pariwisata untuk katakanlah bersepakat dengan new normal ini, bersiap-siap untuk menyambut kehadiran wisatawan ke Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
Halo, saya Muhammad Wijaya yang ingin mengajak masyarakat Indonesia untuk mengunjungi dan berwisata ke Provinsi Bangka Belitung. Kami akan menerapkan protokol kesehatan dalam menyambut dan melayani para wisatawan yang akan datang berkunjung ke Provinsi Bangka Belitung. Kedepankan kesehatan, kedepankan keamanan. Salam sehat, salam sukses.
Kami pengelola industri pariwisata di Bangka Belitung dan masyarakat Bangka Belitung siap dengan new normal baru sesuai dengan aturan Permenkes yang baru, bahwa dengan prinsip CHS yang baru, clean, healthy, dan safety, kita harapkan pariwisata kita ke depan memiliki transformasi dengan kondisi yang lebih baik.
alam selalu memberi kenangan manis di hati kita. Seperti sebuah keindahan yang diletakkan di ujung ingatan, agar kita selalu tersenyum. Seperti halnya Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Lautnya yang biru seakan membawa kita menyelami keindahan Indonesia. Serta barisan bebatuan yang menyiratkan sisi magis, mengingatkan kita betapa eksotisnya pulau ini.